technique that we used in predictive projects. What is the performance measurement technique that we discussed? Yes, earned value analysis. Okay, earned value analysis is a performance measurement technique which tells us what schedule variance, cost variance, SPI, CPI, etc. Because there it was all direct measurements. So you measured the activities in terms of durations. You attached a cost to the durations. Here, what did you estimate? Here, how did you estimate the project? You can analysis for agile. Not, it is not EVA for agile. Performance analysis. Yeah, burn down and burn down chart comes under what? Performance analysis. Now my question is, how did you estimate agile project? What is velocity? Pardon? Speed of the project. Okay, how do you measure? What is story points? Number of story points done by the team in that particular sprint. Okay, number of story points delivered by the team in that particular sprint. We spoke about attribute data and variable data. The last class we did like velocity calculation, right? So story points. How do you estimate the project? With the help of what? Story points. Story points will tell you the complexity of the project. The burn up and burn down chart also uses what? Story points. So this, for this measurement also, the basis is story points. Now tell me, what is meant by count down and count up? What is count up? What is count down? Count down until the target. You count from where? You will start from where? Before the event start. Count down.
Right, reverse, from reverse actually.
Reverse counting, right? Countdown means what? 10, 9, 8. This is countdown. Count up is 1, 2, 3, 4. That is count up, right? Now what is the difference? Which will be very motivating? Countdown is usually toward before a new year or before an event. What do? Sometimes the athletes, when before they run, they may count from 3 to 1 or 10 to 0, whatsoever. What is the use of countdown?
So like increasing the hype.
Sorry?
Increasing the hype, and it's a kind of motivation.
Okay. Correct, it motivates. I mean, what it tells you, countdown, what it tells you. Pardon?
You are very near to something happen.
End. You know how much you are nearer towards the end point, right? Or in other words, how many days or how many numbers are remaining to reach the goal. Okay. Countdown will tell you how much is remaining. Similarly, burn down will tell you how many story points are remaining. Remaining story points to finish this project. Whereas burn up will tell you how many story points were delivered. When you say 1, 2, 3, okay, 1 delivered, 2 delivered, 3 delivered. But when you say 10, 9, 8, 9 remaining, 8 remaining, 7 remaining. That's what, whenever we do our public exams in India, usually what do? The school teacher will, in our school, they used to put like 50 days more for the exam, 49 days more for the exam, 48 days more for the exam, right? So this is to bring more pressure, okay? So remaining, countdown means what? Or burn down means what? Remaining to complete the project. Burn up means what? It will show you how many story points are delivered so far. Who is interested in delivery and who is interested in remaining? Customer is interested in delivery. And who is interested in remaining? Team. So this is the same information shown in two perspectives. Okay. So this is very simple chart. Very, very simple chart. Let's look at this. Let's first look at a burn up chart. Both are cumulative charts. Okay, both of them are cumulative charts. So in a burn-up chart, the x-axis is iteration or sprint. So iteration 0, we can start from 0 or 1 also. 1, 2, 3. So if we have estimated approximately in 8 iterations, we will finish this project. Okay, so then 0 to 8. Let's say approximately, I'll take easy measurements anyway. Approximately as of now, 80 story points are there. Okay, like 10. So what is the y-axis? Number of story points in the project, in the backlog. So first they will usually they may have 2 lines, a planned line or a forecasted line, planned velocity or forecasted, and then actual. So let's say plan is in blue color and actual is in red color or pink color. So in the plan, tell me, what is the planned velocity of this team? What is the planned velocity of this team? 10, because it's a cumulative chart, right? So 10 is the planned velocity. So they want the team to deliver. So what does it mean? They have an equal planned velocity. If it is not equally planned, then they may have like zigzag lines. And then you can put an actual. Okay. Now, as on today, maybe 4 iterations are over. So when do they update this? At the end of the iteration. So at the end of the iteration, first iteration, what was the velocity of the team? 10. What is the velocity of the team in the second iteration? So 23 minus 10, because it's a cumulative chart, no? So 13. Velocity of the team in the third iteration? 10. So in a burn-up chart, whenever the actual line is above the planned line, what does it mean? Good or bad? Which means ahead or behind? Ahead. The velocity is larger than the forecasted, right? Or bigger, higher than. Whenever the actual is below, which means they are behind the schedule or behind the plan, or bad, or we have to improve. Okay, or we have to investigate why is it so, right? As simple as that. What is this called as? This is a burn up chart. So this is also an information radiator. So in an agile project, you will see Kanban board is displayed and burn up burn down chart will also be displayed. So when do they update this? In which meeting or after which meeting? After a sprint review meeting, right? Because they are like, you know, if once the iteration is over, At the review meeting, what happens? What do they do in the review meeting? Sorry? Give a demonstration of the features which are produced and what the customer and the product owner will do, which one they accept, which one they do not accept. So in the review meeting only they will come to know how many stories are really delivered, right? Before the review meeting they do not know, maybe they have done, but if the customer did not take it, then it is not delivered, right? So they may have to do the rework. So after the review meeting only they can update what? The burn up chart and burn down chart. Usually you can do it just before the retrospective. Before you go for the, what is retrospective? What do they do in retrospective? What do they do?
What went wrong?
What went wrong and what went good, right? So they may use burn up and burn down charts and say that, see, our velocity dropped down. So they can use these measurements to reflect when they are doing the lesson. So before the retrospective and after the review, this can be updated. But of course, if you want to update it at a very real time, then also it can be done. Burn down. In burn down, again the same x-axis and y-axis. Iteration. Sometimes it can be time. Iteration is nothing but what? Time, right? For example, if the time box for my iteration is 2 weeks, then it can be like 2 week, 4 week, 6 week, right? Or you can just straight away say that iteration 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like that. In some charts they start from 1, but anyway, you consider this point as 0. And the y-axis is again story points. Again, the planned line. So here, how the planned line will be. Like, for example, I have to draw the same thing, but in a burn down way. Same information, burn down way. It will come in the negative curve, right? Not a positive. So, what was the planned velocity here? 10. So, at the end of the first iteration, so 70 is in our previous example, we talked about 70 is the highest, the total number of story points. At the end of the first iteration, how much will be remaining? 60, because 10 is done. So the plan will show that at the end of first iteration, how much should be remaining? 60. At the end of second iteration, 50. Third it is 40.
Starting 80, right?
80 or 70? 80, sorry. So at the end of, in the starting, totally how many story points? 80. And then at the end of first iteration, it was 70. And then at the end of second, it is 60. At the end of third, 50 will be remaining. At the end of fourth iteration, 40 will be remaining. Because 80, no? So at the end of sixth iteration, at the end of eighth iteration, 0 will be remaining. So this is planned remaining. But in your exam, sometimes what do? They will not say planned remaining, planned deliver. They will simply say that you are updating a burn down chart and the planned line shows whatever detail. So planned line means what? In burn down, planned remaining. But if they say you're working on a burn up chart and the planned line shows planned line, there it means planned delivered. Okay, so you have to look at which chart and you have to convert that information. It has to be a strike. Yeah, I'm not using measurements to scale. Okay, so in the actual line, what is your in the burn up? How much was done in the first iteration? 10 was
10.
done. So in the remaining, at the end of first iteration, how much was remaining? 70. Okay, this is second iteration. At the end of second iteration, totally how much was done? 23. So remaining 57. So at the end of second iteration, it was 50. No, don't reduce 23. What is the velocity? 13 is the velocity, no? So 57 only. 57 only, right? So at the end of second iteration, 57. 57 is here. So it should actually it was not drawn properly, the planned line.
Below 60.
It should be below 60, but what was the planned? 6. Yeah, okay, correct. So here it is, right?
You go down.
Here it is, right? Like this one, right? 57. At the end of third iteration, 40. Below only.
Last one 41. This 47. 47, then 41.
Fourth iteration is 41. Actually, this is the planned line should be much more better. Okay, as I'm you know that the board does not have a display. Okay, in other words, whenever actual remaining, whenever in a burn down, whenever the actual is below planned, what does it mean? Good or bad? Good, right? So which is ahead, correct. So actual remaining is less than. So here, what was the planned remaining? Here it is 80, here it is 70, here it is in the first iteration, in the second iteration it is 60, in the third iteration it is 50. But here in the first iteration 70, same. In the second iteration 57, less than the planned, which means 60 was planned remaining and 57 is actual remaining, which is good. Whenever the actual is above the planned, bad, right? Actual is above the planned, then it is behind. Exact opposite view. Okay. So once sometimes they may ask you a question indirectly, whether you understand burn up or burn down. The question was like this. Your burn down chart shows that your burn down chart last 3 iterations, so shows that the actual is below planned. Your sponsor or product owner, depends upon The product owner is very nervous because the customer review meeting, monthly review meeting, will be happening from a week now, from now. The competitors' product is gaining. Or the competitor's product will be launched soon as well. What would you do? Option A, increase number of team members. Call for a team meeting. And identify impediments. Continue as usual. Escalate to management of the lead and discuss about the team problems. See.
Nothing. So you have below.
B.
In the burn down, actual is below platinum.
It's ahead. Is ahead.
Yeah.
Yes.
Correct. So C is the answer.
Maybe he have something in his mind, so it's coming nervous.
So C is product owner is nervous means it's not. I mean, we don't have. Yeah.
He needs to push us.
Correct. No. A product owner is nervous means we need not to be nervous because we are doing good. Our velocity is good than the plant. So we will, because in the burn down chart, if the actual is below plant means we are good, right? Ashoka.
Yes, I understand. Why this question is that?
That's how they give.
Complicated.
This is how they give because to trick you. Okay. So, okay, trying to tell you that.
It's like I'm foreseeing because of the competitors always launching. It is not
Yeah, that is
for
correct.
the time of the plant.
So what we have to do for the exam, what
Perfect.
PMI expects from us. Okay, that's what we have to understand. In this, what they are trying to tell us, they are trying to, yes, maybe this particular information may make you to choose A. But always remember, increasing number of team members is always a last resort. You will not usually unnecessarily increase the number of team members only when it is really, really important. Okay, so that is a very last resort. If we are going behind, yes, maybe probably A could be okay, but we are not behind. Our team is working towards fullest or even beyond that. So at this point of time, you don't have to unnecessarily. Maybe product owner is very nervous. They did not say product owner complaints or customer complaints. Product owner is very nervous that this is an unnecessary information. Here, what they are trying to tell us, we are okay. We are not. We need not to do any. If at all there is another answer like a reward your team for their good performance, probably that is the best answer. Okay, so because they have done their actual remaining is less than the planned remaining, so maybe you can reward them or recognize them. So in this, no need to escalate because there is no problem. There is no call for a team meeting and identify impediments will happen every single day, not because of your burn down chart is showing in a particular manner. Increased number of team members is not required as of now. That's how they may directly, indirectly ask you whether you know the result of a burn down chart, or you know the result of a burn down
Two
chart.
answers we can immediately eliminate, right? One is
Escalate.
increasing the team number and then escalating.
Most of the, if you have some fair study, for most of the questions, you can eliminate 2 answers immediately. Okay, so this, out of the next 2, which one is right? For 50% of the question, even that is easy, as long as you study. Okay, for 50% it is easy. Another 50% is where you will have a confusion, this or that, this or that. So for which all we have to do is practice like this. Let's look at C is the answer got. If at all it is a burn up chart, probably B or A is the last resort anyway. Right. Any other things? You're done, right? Go for a 5 minutes break and come. I'll anyway give you a 10 minutes break later. Okay, just go for a 5 minutes break. We will start quality. Quality or which one? Quality, procurement, risk. Okay, which one do we start first? Shall we do risk? Risk we'll do because that's a little time consuming area. We'll do first risk and then quality and procurement probably after 12.
So all topics will be covered later.
Yes, yes. Although the knowledge areas are 3 knowledge areas, there are small knowledge areas, okay, except for risk. 5 minutes break. Please be back by 10:40.
Actually, in process group, we are measuring progress as well as the cost also. In Agile, only the progress, no measurement for the cost.
We are not, they may do a lightweight costing, but that costing and all is not done at a team level. They usually do it like how much work is over, because it's a service industry, right? In service industry, mostly the cost is based on the labor hour or the work done. So the team is measuring more like how much we delivered, how much is yet to be completed. So they focus more on the work. Costing might be done at a higher level, at a management level, but we don't have any in our syllabus, or to my knowledge, even ACP exam, we don't do any cost measurements.
Okay. So for
In
the
hybrid-
progress,
Yeah, go ahead.
for the progress only this burn up and burn down chart only the way to
We
measure.
also saw velocity chart earlier. Velocity chart. So this chart can also be used for velocity chart. Will tell you the same information, but only velocity. So here I think we saw this. I showed you this. This is a velocity graph. Okay, either as a graph or as a bar chart. So how much was the forecasted velocity? How much was the actual velocity? Okay, so this again in story points. And one more chart is there. 2 more charts are there, but that is not required for us. Cumulative flow diagram, CFD. This is also used in whenever they implement a Kanban board. So if they are implementing Kanban board, then they can use CFD, cumulative flow. So we don't have to go deeper into cumulative flow diagram. I will give you the notes on cumulative flow diagram, just if just in case you want to have a little more insight on that. So CFD is used. So these are the 4 graphs which are used: velocity graph, burn down, burn up, and cumulative flow diagram. In all the y-axis is what? Story points.
So in a sprint, number of stories depend on their velocity, and the maximum is 1 to 4 weeks. So within 1 to 4 weeks, how many stories they can take, that will form a number of stories in a sprint, right?
Number of story points. Once you pick the stories, then you have to look at the story points, right? So they will always measure it story, because each story may have different complexity. So that is why we have, based on complexity, we have attached, okay, this is 1, this is 5, this is 8.
Yeah.
Yes. The only correction in your statement is once they find the stories, once they commit to a story, they will convert that into story points. They will convert that equivalent story points. So this 20 means what? 20 story points planned to be delivered, and 15 story points were actually delivered.
So in these 20 story points, let's say 4 stories are there, 4 story points are there.
Yes.
So the sprint review meeting, when it will happen?
At the end of the sprint.
End of the sprint is based on the duration.
If it is yes, if you are, there are 2 types of agile, right? Either you can have a so when you say agile projects, 2 different methodologies are followed, but mostly they followed equal iteration method, equal time box iteration. Okay, it is equal time box iteration, and the team member composition, everything is equal. Then the velocity should be equal. Planned velocity should be equal. But if they do not have equal time box iteration, because based on whatever is in the backlog, based on how many new requirements or demand, they may have different time box. So time box with unequal time box iterations. If it is unequal time box iteration, then the velocity will be different. For example, here the planned velocity might be different, because they might be following unequal time box, or maybe they have changes in the team composition in the next sprint, in the third sprint, every sprint some changes are happening in the team, or some duration of the sprint. If the duration is higher, probably their planned was 20, but if the duration is less, then the planned could be less. Is this what you're asking?
Yeah, that means the sprint review meeting, let's say for a 20 story points, the velocity of the team is 4, maybe 5. It will be 4 weeks sprint, right? So the sprint review will happen after the 4th week.
Correct.
Whether out of 20 they did only 2 or 15 or 20, depend on that time only they will review.
Right. So for example, in the beginning, as you said, in the beginning they decided to go for 4 stories. Let us consider for each story 5 is the story point, whatever they have picked. Okay. So 20 is the total story point. So initially they decided, so in the next iteration, we are going to finish these 4. This is planned. But at the review meeting, the customer have accepted only 3. This was not accepted, or the team is unable to do it for some reason. This was not delivered. Okay. So in this case, what would you say? Your velocity was only 50, actual velocity.
Okay, in this this is a 4 week sprint. So after the 2nd week itself, we're supposed to reach 10 story points. We reach only 2 story points. We completed. So what is the role of Scrum Master here? Because
actually, they don't micromanage. Actually, what happened? This is what we say. Anyway, we have told the team 4 weeks, 4 sprint, 4 stories. Okay. Maybe it is not equally divided also. The team have to, that is why they don't recommend, as per the theory, it is 1 to 4 weeks, right? But as per the practice, it is usually less than 4 weeks. Okay, for the sake of discussion, let's take it 4 weeks, the maximum. So the team have done in 2 weeks only 1 story. The Scrum Master will remind team, we have only 2 more weeks, we have but 3 stories remaining. Please do it faster, etc. But we don't micromanage.
In that case, you no need to inform the product owner, right? Because it's, and also they need to reprioritize the story points based on there is a priority given by the product owner.
Correct.
But
so the product owner and the team together, prioritized that. Yes, we are going to do the next sprint. We are going to do 4 stories. This is prioritized already, and the team have already, committed to this. and they are working on it. And any day, anyway, Scrum Master, every single day, the daily stand-up meeting is happening. So Scrum Master is looking at a task level. In the Kanban board, you can have tasks. So what tasks are, delivered every single day? You push your team towards delivery, right? Okay, today what did you do? Okay, yesterday you were working on that, but still it is in progress. When will you complete? So that everyday management Scrum Master is anyway doing. So, but if at all, in spite of all those things, only one story is finished. Maybe they have decided to. We don't want 4 weeks to be further micro granulized. We don't want such a granularity level of, maybe the team first story was very complex probably. Okay, actually from this we understand that all of them have equal complexity. So as you say, as the equal complexity, so of course in 2 weeks we should have completed 2 stories as the complexity is like this. But if at all the complexity is like 10 1 something like that, probably okay, even if I have taken 2 weeks and I've completed 1 story, it is still okay, because that 1 story is how much
On the
complex
stories.
story. You don't, yeah. So if it is equal complexity, yes, we ideally at the end of the second week 2 stories to be done. Maybe for some reason which the Scrum Master anyway know, the impediments are discussed every single day, right?
So the story points will be given first once the stories are written by the member, then the prioritization will be given by the priority will be given by the product owner based on the customer's requirement. Then the weightage of the story will be given based on the experience of the team members' feedback. Then they will average the story point and they write the story values.
Why
then
they will average it? Why they have to average? It's added, no?
Let's say 4 members are there, each one giving different feedback about the particular.
We don't
story.
average it. We'll go for consensus. If 4 different people are giving for 1, 8, 5, 5, we will have second round discussion. The people will change their vote. Third round discussion. So we want consensus. Okay, go ahead. After this.
After this, then the sprint will be selected based on the velocity, and then it will be monitored by the Scrum Master. And the everyday stand-up meeting will be there, 15 minutes, just to discuss the 3 questions, and then he will just monitor. After the 4th week, he will check the sprint review with the product owner.
Correct.
Before that, there will be a meeting like this.
What meeting you want? In a daily stand-up, even product owner can attend. So whenever although daily stand-up meeting, product owner is optional, but if the product owner is available like every 2 days, the product owner can also attend a daily stand-up. So the product owner,
the prototype will be tested with the customer. That is the sprint review meeting, right?
Sprint review meeting should ideally happen with the product owner. If you want, you can include the customer.
Customer, if he wants.
Yes.
Because product owner representing the customer in this case.
Correct. Because in some companies, they may have a full transparency with the customer. So the direct review will happen, product owner, customer together, they may do the review. But if you think that you want, slightly depends upon the company's culture and all, right? So sometimes what do? Sprint review meeting, only the product owner will attend, and later he will call, the customer.
So after this, there will be a retrospective meeting, say where it went wrong or what right it is. That is to summarize the one sprint.
That's right.
Okay. And here it is comparing with the in a predictive predictive case, the scope management, right? So we collect the data and then arrange the data in a different in order.
Correct.
And then we will give the scope statement and then work breakdown structure.
Correct.
So which is similar to the sprint. Here they are calling it as a sprint.
Correct. But the only thing is how they work, so here in predictive, what happens? A plan is frozen. So during the planning, like they do a micro level planning, micro in the sense even activity level planning in the beginning itself. So at this stage, planning team, if you have a planning team, planning, although here also you have to ideally include the executing team. But what is happening, planning team will do this with only little interference from the executing team. And once the plan is frozen, it is provided to what is handed over to executing team.
Okay. This is the difference here in the Agile.
Right, baseline is frozen, right?
So here the Agile team is committing the complete
Correct.
production.
Correct.
Whereas in the planner giving the production criteria to the execution team. That's the difference.
That's one of the differences, right? One of the differences. The main difference is scope is clear. So you are not every time coming up with the stories. Every time you are not including requirements. If a new requirement comes, it's a big deal in a predictive, right? It is taken so seriously, right? Here it is already everybody is convinced that yes, we will have new requirements coming anyway. So this backlog refinement meeting also happens like every sprint. At least once a backlog refinement meeting will happen. So during the backlog refinement meeting, they are including stories, deleting stories, reprioritizing, slicing. All this will happen. Stories are nothing but what requirements, right?
Yeah.
So every sprint they do a backlog refinement meeting also, but that doesn't happen in a agile requirement. Predictive requirement collection is one time, and any new requirement comes, it's a big deal actually. There's a lot of drama around it.
So it's somewhat like stories are equivalent to requirement matrix.
Right.
Equivalent to
It is nothing but requirement list, but requirement list written on behalf of the customer, but by the team write it in a much more way that it is executable.
Got it.
Right. Okay.
But how this one agile can be used in the construction projects? Because this is
you can, for example, in the question paper after you finish your this practice questions that I give you, maybe in that one question was like combining EVA plus story points. Even this can be done. For example,
what is EVA mean?
earned value analysis. So you have iteration. It cannot be even iteration, can be like week 1, okay, week 2, week 3. PV is equal to 15 story points instead of cost. You are calculating it, reduce it. Yeah, good. Story points, 20 story points, 30 story points. EV is 10. What is EV? What is earned value? Work done. In the EVA, in the traditional EVA, we are calculating earned value. How? What is the measurement?
Based on the progress, actual with the with the budgeted completion into actual.
This is earned value means work done. Okay, so work done is 10, 20, let's say 20 and 50, and they may say that actual cost spent was $100, $200, $180. Whereas one story point is equal to $10. Okay, this was the plan. And if now they ask you, what is the schedule variance?
By this.
What is schedule variance? How do you calculate schedule variance? What is the formula for schedule variance?
Actual plan.
PV. So what is the schedule variance on the first week? EV minus PV, 10 minus 15 minus 5. Here it is. It is 20. 0. Minus 50. Convert it into money value. 1 SP is $10. Minus 5 is minus $50. And this is minus 150. So which is minus $200, we are behind. If you want, if they give the answer in dollar value, then they will give you a dollar rate. If they don't ask you a dollar value, then you will give it in what? Story point minus 150. What is the cost variance? What is cost variance? EV minus AC. So for 10, what is the earned value? 100. 20, it is 200. It is 150. What is the total EV? 300, 450. What is the total actual cost?
480.
480. So which is 450 minus 480, which is equal to negative 30. This is your cost variance. This is what? Hybrid. Combining the EVA with story points. So if you, in your construction project, if you don't want to calculate the EV PV in monetary value, because your team is not really you're not tracking, you don't want to show your team the money value directly, you can convert it into what? A story point.
Yeah, but the construction, the waterfall method is because
Item
of
to be
the,
executed. Sorry, yes.
in the construction, the waterfall method is to be followed due to the sequence of work, scheduling activity, like foundation to be done, then only the roof, the superstructure can to be constructed. So here they have to follow the sequence.
That is only in so in a construction project, when the project, what is the starting point of the project?
Award of contract.
Contracting, or even before that, business case. If at all you are creating a business case, feasibility study. In oil and gas and all, they will start with what? A feasibility study, right? And then if this is okay, and whether sometimes business case is done, customer and the potential contractor together, or it is only done by the customer. Even if the customer don't do it, maybe if it is for your own project, then you may do the business case whatsoever. If at all I can. Right. So next stage could be, if it is for external project, contracting, tender, estimation, preliminary estimation, whatsoever. Then the next one could be design and plan. Sometimes people call it design, sometimes people call it as planning and organizing. Okay. And then you will have the real construction, and then handover or commissioning, and then close out or handover, right? Now, as on today, maybe because of technology, maybe we do not know. We are still following predictive, maybe because of the arrangements. Maybe there is a possibility of rearrangement also. But anyway, let us consider hypothetically, this is sequential. Foundation excavation and all will come there, here, right?
Yes.
But the design can be what? It is still what? It is a intangible output. The deliverable is what? It is a service output, not a product output. So this can be agile. In fact, this is already agile. If it is a bigger design, larger design, then we can, what we can do? In the first iteration, we will show the design of this part. Or the first prototype will be like very low-fi prototype. Level will be with 3D dimensions. The third level will be with much more, exterior, interior, walkthrough effect, etc. Right? It can even be in low-fi, medium-fi, and a high-fi prototype. Or you can, if it is a larger facility, it can be even in parts. So if it is, sometimes in oil and gas or in larger construction, design stage itself will be what? 1 year. 1 year or more than 1 year also. This itself is a sub-project actually. Similarly, business case also be done in what manner? So during the initial, they may have a low-fi business case, but before they go for a funding stage, they may have to have a high-fi business case. Okay. So in this case, this also can be done in what? In an agile manner. So this part could be done in a predictive.
So it's a hybrid method.
In this case, it is what? All projects are now becoming hybrid only. The more the size of the project, the larger the size of the project, is becoming more and more hybrid. All right.
So
Yes,
IT
this is
projects-
just a starting point. Yes,
IT projects usually agile.
not purely. There are many IT companies that I'm in contact with. They don't even have any clue about agile. Such companies are also there. Maybe they are practicing agile. They do not even know the terminology agile. I'm talking about small companies. Only if it is a matured, larger companies, they have all this, like TCS, CTS, Wipro, Accenture, this kind of companies, Honeywell, this kind of companies, service industries also. Only if they have a like a good, it all depends upon the organization's formal. Think about predictive. Is every company following the predictive practices? Construction company? Not many. If it is a startup, they don't even, there are many predictive professionals who may not have a knowledge on critical path method, who may not have a knowledge on, many of the earned value analysis. How many of us are using EVA? Similarly, IT also, there are companies who have high awareness on agile. They have even like 1% awareness on agile. So both exist. Give me just 2 minutes, I'll be right back. say the
We will create a group and then we will continue to study.
Please do that. And I have a record that good number of students, which never happen in never. I don't say never. I would say that to my knowledge. Okay, so last year, 63 students passed. Yeah. Okay, in Quadra Plus alone. Of course, I'm doing it elsewhere as well. And when it comes to this year, the number should be really more than that, because already it is around in December month alone, 8 people last December. I'm talking about the previous year. Okay, 2021. 2021, it was not a great year for everybody, right? So 2022 December month alone, nearly like 2021, not many went for exam. Why? 2021 only new pattern came. So many were reluctant to go for the exam. In spite of that, 63 have gone for the exam and passed it. 63 passed it. Maybe 68 or 9 would have gone for the exam. To my knowledge, at least 2 or 3 failed in the first attempt, which they two of them passed now. Like, I was telling that lady who gave a review, right?
Yeah.
She was second attempt. She was a very studious student. Sometimes what happens is some students will be in that another extreme, like, too much studying and looking at every question is like very tricky one, and that will lead to what? Another bias. Okay, bias like an opposite bias. Okay, that was her problem to my knowledge. Okay, too much serious on that and becoming nervous during the exam. That was the case. Anyway, the last year, 2022 December, as I told you, 8 students nearly went for the exam and passed it. And of course, in the previous cases, monthly at least 4 or 5 likewise have gone for the exam. So definitely the number should be much more. We have to take the record. And this year, starting 2023, has been a good year so far. January, February, this 2 months, nearly 10 have gone for the exam, which was never the case. Usually, year end, you will see more students going for, maybe they have New Year resolution, I don't know. Okay, so this is the usual world trend, not the trend only with Quadra Plus. It's a world trend that December month seats on those days there is no home-based exam. It is all in Prometric or Pearson Center only, right? So usually the Prometric Center and Pearson Center, people will not get seats in December month. That was usually the case. But this year, what I saw was even the first quarter was still good.
The frequency of the BMI examination. So whatever monthly.
Anytime you want. Anytime, there's no window. Anytime you want, you can take it. You want to take it early morning, 4 o'clock, you can take it. 8 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, night 8 o'clock.
All days.
Almost. Because now it is remotely proctored, right? On those days, when it is a local holiday, you can't take an exam on Fridays and whenever there is a holiday. And the slot is only starts from 10 o'clock in the morning and finishes at 4 o'clock. But now, as it is remotely proctored, you may get a proctor even from a different time zone.
This agile exam came in from.
Sorry. Agile in PMP came in 2020. 2020, yes, 2020 was the COVID year, no?
Yeah, COVID start.
2020 or 2021?
2020, beginning of the 2020, it was COVID-19. It was in December.
No. Wait. When the book came, this new edition? 2021, right? So 2021 January only Agile came. Because 2021 July book released, 2021 January Agile. So till 2020 end, it was the old syllabus predicted.
We will get to know the result immediately after the exam.
One minute.
After the summit.
After you submit, you will get a pop-up. Would you want to give a feedback?
Immediately you will get the result.
That is much more motivating. No?
This agile book from the PMP, and this theory, it's very
Micro.
summary-wise, micro-wise. It's not easy to understand. Even I read that 2-3 times sometimes. When you teach only, it was understand.
That's why you require me.
Yeah. So why is it like that?
Because ACP Agile Practice Guide is meant for who?
Students.
The people who are already practicing Agile. So they don't go for micro points. So it is like, so you're already practicing Agile. So they give only the guidelines. 7th edition is also like that only.
Yeah.
6th edition is very elaborate. 7th edition is like that. 7th edition, they don't explain WBS. They don't explain Gantt chart.
So you said one book, what you have to read there?
Process Group Practice Guide.
Yeah, that is the one.
If you're skipping 6th edition, then go for that book.
Process group practice.
The number of questions before adding Agile and now same or?
Earlier number of question was 200. No break.
Okay,
No break.
oh,
No break 200, 4 hours. If you want to take a break, it is within the exam. If you're going out in a prometric center, if you go out and come back, 15 minutes is waste. Because there is a security check, right? So, but now 180 questions, how many minutes?
4 hours, 2:30.
230 minutes, 10 minutes break.
Also, the questions is shared between Agile and Process Group. So
Yeah,
we have a
50-50, but you may feel like more Agile. See, sometimes in an exam, when they say Agile, doesn't mean it is Agile. It is common question. For example, they say you are working in an Agile project and there is a conflict with your team. What would you do? Whether it is Agile project or predictive project, what conflict resolution means, have a conversation. So just because you see the word Agile, Scrum, doesn't mean that it is about Agile. It could be a common question. So half of the exam is Agile. As per the paper, half of the exam is Agile.
So again here in process people and business 50-50 on Agile and process or?
No such remarkable difference. Business environment is anyway common. What is business environment? What comes in a business environment? Internal factor, external factor, OPA, business case. These topics will come, PMO, these topics will come under
Business.
Business environment. There is no difference. Predictive, adaptive.
Yes. Yeah.
And in process, quality, risk, procurement, what are these? These are common. There's nothing called as predictive, adaptive. Where the difference is? Only in scope, schedule, cost, particularly baselines. Here you produce baselines, there you don't produce baselines. Here you have performance measurements like schedule variance, cost variance, CPA, SPA. There it is Kanban board, burn-up chart, burn-up chart. Only here there are great difference. And the team role, the role of a project manager in predictive, the role of a project manager in Agile. So the people difference. So what I suggest you is, when it comes to culture, whatever question it is, whether it is Agile culture or predictive culture, when it comes to people, follow Agile culture. What is Agile culture? When you think about Agile, what comes to your mind? Culture, people culture.
Values, role principles and
Value delivery, cross-functional, co-location. Yes.
Team collaboration.
Pardon?
Team collaboration.
Team collaboration. So all this is under what? It is a common thing. Okay, although we discussed this under Agile, but whatever question it is, when it is a people related question, follow Agile culture. High transparency, more information radiation, reflecting the lessons learned, ethics. Ethics should be for both anyway. Right. So let's start with risk. There is a separate exam called as PMI RMP. Okay, risk management professional. If you're working in a construction project and if you're thinking, okay, what is the next certification that I pursue, I would definitely recommend RMP because it's one of the popular certifications that many construction related employers value. Construction, oil and gas.
Which one? Which
RMP, PMI RMP.
RMP,
Yeah,
risk management.
risk management professional. Very easy. Once you do PMP, RMP, there is a separate guide called as risk management standard. When you are doing the exam, do it in this year itself because anyway you have a membership. Anyway, you will get a good discount within the same year. Okay, and you are in, you are in a very closely, you are practicing questions. So try to finish it in a single year, 2 PMI certifications. If you are taking PMI certifications, take 2 of them.
You also mentioned about Scrum Master.
If you are working on service industries, IT industry, ITES, then go for CSMs, Certified Scrum Master. Very easy for you. Maybe 2 days you can finish Scrum Master with the knowledge that you have on Agile. Okay. There are many organizations who are giving a two days training. At the end of the training, there will be an exam, Scrum Alliance exam. You can go for it. PMI ACP is also good, but PMI ACP you may require a little more knowledge on Agile. ACP is also only a few miles away, I would say.
But in Scrum Master, we have different levels.
Yes, we have a CSM, a Certified Scrum Master, Certified Senior Scrum Master, Certified Scrum Coach. Okay, so you can go for the first level Scrum Master. In recently, PMI have acquired a new company called as Disciplined Agile. Okay, Disciplined Agile is a company. So now here also there are levels. Disciplined Agile Scrum Master, Senior Scrum Master, Disciplined Agile Scrum Coach. These are also there. But Certified Scrum Master is a very easy one with your knowledge, with your current knowledge. Because with your current knowledge, in fact, I have given a Scrum Alliance guide in your notes. Did you see the reference guide, reference notes? There's one link I have given, 30 pages Scrum Alliance. It's a free copy. Okay, you can. So this is the main copy for what? Certified Scrum Master. Right, moving ahead. So risk management. First of all, what is risk?
It's a threat, opportunity.
It can be an opportunity or a threat. So first, this is a very important point when you're starting risk. So in your examination, whenever you see the term risk, you have to study the whole sentence, whether it is an opportunity or a threat. So according to the PMP Guide 7th edition, a risk can be an uncertain event, like an uncertain opportunity or an uncertain negative event, which is a threat. But not only that, in the risk register, you can also include ambiguities. What is ambiguity? Which is not clear. Okay, anything which is not clear, which require exploration, which require some kind of preparation, you can include that in where? Under the ambiguities and under risk register. For example, a technology, you are yet to be clear about the technology. A new regulation, it require much more exploration. For anything and everything you have to prepare for. Okay, you can include in the risk register. Volatilities or variabilities. This can also be included in the risk register. For example, definitely there will be a market demand, but the market demand can be 10%, or market demand can be 20%, or market demand can be greater than 30%. This you are not sure. Okay, so if the demand is 10%, One moment. If the market demand is 10%, then you may have to prepare accordingly. For example, in a manufacturing company, every month or every quarter, what they may do? They may do this. So if the demand is 10%, this is how I'm going to schedule my production. If the market demand is greater than 10 and less than or equal to 20, this is how we are going to schedule, right? So for different levels, this variability means what? Uncertainty is in the level. For example, in India, definitely in June, July, there will be a rain. Okay, but the rain may be like less than 70 centimeter or 70 centimeter to 100 centimeter or 100 centimeter to 150 centimeter or greater than 200 centimeter. So depending upon the level, the government should be ready. If it is less than 70 centimeter, they may have to give subsidies to the farmers. If it is 70 to 100 centimeter, it is a normal situation. Existing infrastructure is enough. Maybe if it is greater than 200 centimeter, then what they have to do? They have to accordingly have the national disaster team ready. Okay. So depending upon the forecast, depending upon the level, they may have to have different levels of preparation, right? So likewise, the volatilities, the uncertainties on the level, this can also be included what in the risk register. Different levels can be included in the risk register, and you will prepare preparation action plan for different levels. So this is what they say. VUCA. V for volatility, U for uncertainty, C for complexities, A for ambiguities. Include everything in your risk register. The risk register should be elaborate. We say, what is stakeholder register? Whom do you include in the stakeholder register?
Stakeholders.
Who? Who are your stakeholders?
Affected parties.
All project team, project manager, product owner, a sponsor, customer, community, everybody you're including. But are you giving equal importance? No, right? Similarly, risk register include all the risks. Let the list be elaborate. But how much importance you are going to give for that risk, that is later. Okay. What would, if you compare your stakeholder management and risk management, the pattern is exactly the same. What would you do in the stakeholder management? First, you will identify the stakeholder. Then what would you do? After identification, what would you do?
Engage.
Before engagement.
Just analyze.
Analyze. Well, how do you analyze it? Evaluate or analyze? On what basis do you? We saw a model. What was the model? We used 2 criteria for that particular model. What was that? For analysis, stakeholder analysis matrix. What was the 2 criteria? X, Y. We saw strategies also, right? Monitor, keep them informed, keep them updated, manage closely. Power and interest. Power and interest grid we used, correct? And then based on that, we developed the strategy, whether just to monitor them or to manage them closely or to keep them informed. And then what did you do? You accordingly engage them. Okay. So this is the pattern for stakeholder. Similarly, when it comes to risk management, identify the risks, evaluate the risks. Here we will use in evaluation. Here we will use, what is the most used criteria for evaluating risk? Anybody? Anybody who's creating risk register? Risk register construction. In under quantitative or qualitative, what are the criteria which are used? Do you maintain this red, amber, green?
Matrix is there, 5, 4.
Yeah, how? That 2, 4 for what?
Low res.
Probability? Probability and another one.
Likelihood.
That is probability.
Criticality.
Sorry?
Criticality, no?
Criticality, or you can say impact.
Impact.
Severity, right? Severity. So these are the two criteria which will be used for primary criteria, which are used. You can use the third criteria also. Fourth, here also in stakeholder also you can use what? Impact, influence, urgency, legitimacy. So here also you can use third criteria, but the most used one is probability and impact. Golapan, sorry, I'm just seeing your message.
It's okay. Now it's working. Thank you.
So, and then, Golapan, why are you not here? By the way.
Yeah, today morning 4 o'clock only I landed from Tunisia, the business trip.
Okay. How
Yeah.
was it? How was your?
Yeah, it was fine. It was a very good trip. Yeah.
So you will identify and evaluate, and then what would you do? You develop the response strategies and action plan. Okay, and then what would you do? You will implement and monitor those responses. Implement and monitor. How many processes are there in risk management? How many processes in risk management? 7. There are 7. So plan risk management, identify risk, qualitative risk analysis, quantitative risk analysis, implement the risk responses, and monitor the risks, right? So risk management is what? Nothing but your PDCA, plan, do, check, act, same thing. Anyway, we will explore each and every area. Before that, we understood what is risk. Did we discuss what is the difference between risk and issue in execution? Did we discuss this? I think we did. If you document the risk in where risk register. Sometimes you call it risk register, sometimes people call it as risk log. Similarly, issues are documented under issue log. What is the difference?
Issue the things while you are executing things to be done and some disturbance are there. This is that threat and opportunity.
First one is risk is both threat and opportunity. So positive and negative. But issue means what? Always negative. Negative in the sense it's always a problem or a non-conformance or gap. Okay, or a complaint. Okay, this is what you call as a issue. And risk means ambiguities also, particularly uncertain. It is yet to happen. Uncertain means what? It may happen, may not happen. But issue means what? It has already happened. So already happened it is. So for a risk, if you are preparing an action plan, what is that? It is proactive, preventive or proactive. But for issue, if you are creating an action plan, it is what?
React.
React. If you are creating an action plan for risk, you are in the planning stage. If you are creating an action plan for issue, you are in executing stage. So in an exam, if they say you are creating an issue log or you are updating an issue log, where are you? You are in execution.
Implement risk response.
Not implement, preparing. If you are implementing, anyway, you are in execution. It is executing activity. If you are preparing a risk register or if you are preparing a risk response, what are you doing? Planning. Plan risk response comes under what? Planning. But if you are preparing an action plan for issue log or updating a issue log, where are you executing? In which process issue log is the output? Take your 49 process. Not in risk management. In which process issue log will be the output? We discussed this. Direct and manage project work. Where is it? 4.3. In direct and manage project work, issue log. What is meant by direct and manage project work? Is generally it is execution. That's what it is, a representation of execution. Okay. So, if a negative risk have occurred, what would you do? You will update it in the issue log. There was a negative risk occurred, means what? It is an issue. Then you will update it in what? Issue log. Will you remove it from risk register? In the risk register, it will be closed because it has already transferred to where? Issue log. Correct?
We need to update, right?
Yes, you have to update.
Update the risk register.
Yes. So you have a risk, you have a negative risk or a threat in a risk register. When would you call it as threat? Till it happens, it is a threat. If it has already happened, it is an issue. For example, it may rain greater than 200 centimeter. It may rain greater than 200 centimeter. This is a forecast. So now it is threat. It has already rained more than 200 centimeter. Now it is issue. So here in the risk register, what will you do for this threat? Okay, action plan implemented or updated in issue log, realized. So some kind of a status, you will put a remark. So in the issue log, you will include this. So recently, this was the case.
When we still need to monitor the risk, this happened, that we will remove it from the risk register.
We should not. That's what I said. We should not remove. If a threat have been realized, if this threat was in the risk register, now it has become an issue. You will update it in the issue log. Doesn't mean that we are removing it from the risk register. It is still under, till the time it is completely closed, it is still in where? In your monitoring.
Risk is the positive risk or negative risk, right? If it is a negative risk, we will updating the issue log. What about the positive risk? What about the positive risk?
Okay, if it is opportunity, if the opportunity is already realized, where it will go? Opportunity is already there. If it is already, you have realized the opportunity, what is the other potential document it can go? Lessons learned register. Because in lessons learned register, you will see what? Good and bad. Good event happened and bad event happened. So both will go where? Lessons learned register. So we do not have any other document, to my knowledge, in the PMP guide for realized opportunity to be updated. The only document where you can update the realized opportunity is your lessons learned register. Where, in which process the output is lessons learned register? Out of the 49, in which process the output might be a lessons learned register? Yes. Manage project knowledge. (4.4). right? But in many of the projects, when they say risk register, they include only threats. But according to the PMP guide, not only according to PMP guide, even according to ISO, when they talk about risk standards, it talks about what? Risk should be both negative and positive. So a good risk register should include what? Why do we document it? Unless and until we document an opportunity, we will not take action to realize it. It should be on the track, right? What could be an opportunity? What are some of the opportunities of project? The material rate may go down. The oil rate may go down if you are using those as raw materials. If the rate goes down, it is an opportunity. What do you have to do? You have to accordingly put your procurement schedule. So somebody should be tracking that. The moment the rate goes down, somebody should exploit it. The labor rate goes down or visa charges comes down. So when the visa charges comes, there is an announcement from the, let's say from the local government, the visa charges may, there is an offer due to Expo 2020. What a project manager might do if the discount is great, then what you can do, you can ask them to little speed up such that they can reduce the cost of the project. Possible gaining of a bonus. So if we sometimes in many contracts they give penalties and incentives. So if you deliver late, there might be a penalty. In many cases, what do they do if you deliver early, like 1 month early? The customer may earn a profit little early, right? And they may give a percentage of that as an incentive to you. That incentive is what? An opportunity. So it should be recorded in where? In the risk register. So if we deliver 1 month early, then we can get 1% as a incentive or 0.5% as a incentive. This should be there. So what is meant by a threat? Anything that compromise your project objective. Like project objective means what? Scope, time, and cost. Anything that deteriorate the quality of your scope, anything that cause delay, anything that shoot your cost, it is called as what? Threat. Anything that improve the quality of your delivery, anything that save time, anything that help you to save money, those are called as what? Opportunities. Right? So if it leads to compromising or negative effect on scope, time, cost, or any other constraint, it is a threat. And if it leads to save time, save money, or efficient, make your project much more efficient, then that is called as a opportunity. Have you heard of SWOT analysis? SWOT analysis.
Strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat.
Correct. Strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. Usually, this SWOT analysis is done when? When is it done? Before even a business case stage. When they are developing a business case for the project, what do? They do strength of our company to handle this project, weaknesses of our company to handle the project. What are the opportunities if we take up this project? What are the threats if we take up the project? So there itself, what we are doing, the risk analysis. The SWOT analysis is nothing but what? Risk analysis. Sometimes people call this as internal external analysis. Why?
So strength and weakness are internal.
So sometimes people call it as yes. Sometimes people call it as internal external analysis. But unfortunately, we don't recognize opportunity as because the word risk is always seen in a negative term. They say share market is risky, right? Why do they say share market is risky?
Lose the money, chances are high.
No, it is not because we lose. Do we always lose the money?
No,
Big Warren Buffett is as an example. Okay. I have never lost money in shares because I go for long term, never an intraday. And only Nifty.
It's all about how we managing the risk.
Correct.
That's-
How do you manage, right? So why is it called as risky? Because the reward is unknown. First of all, if you put your money in fixed deposit, you know your reward.
Yes.
But if you put your money in shares, you do not know your reward. It can be 10%, it can be 200%. In my city, there is one person, his name of his house is Infosys. Because he invested shares in Infosys and he was able to build the house from the Infosys. When Infosys was new, okay, he invested his shares. Just in the span of 5 years, you know, the expansion was such high, such that he was able to build a house only by selling part of his Infosys shares. So he named his house after, you know, Infosys. So reward is unknown. It can be 1000% also. That is why they say, what is the symbol for share market? Bombay Stock Exchange, Mumbai Stock Exchange. What is the arrow going up? Yeah, it is shown by animals.
Bull.
Bull.
Yeah.
Bull. One more. What is another animal? Bull and bear.
Okay.
So when they say the market is bullish, what does it mean? Going up. Share market
Market
is
is positive.
when the share markets will prices will rise? When many people are buying it. When the demand is high, when many people buy shares, the market is bullish. Why many people buy shares? When they're optimistic, when they feel that the value will further grow up. If I know a particular share value will further grow up, then only I will buy the share, correct? When the share market is bearish, what does it mean? Many people are selling their shares. Okay, when people will sell the shares, I want to come out of it because it may go further down. I don't want to take further loss. I want to sell it and come out. That's why they say it was bullish and bearish. Why bull and bear? This one of my students told this. Why bull and bear? How bull attacks? It raises its hand, right? Right. So it will take the people up. How bear will attack? It will stamp the people down, right? So that's why, you know, if it is up, bullish. If it is down, it is bearish. So it is their attack strategy. It was very interesting. So in other words, in your project, you are trying to find the bulls and bears.
It's your shares
Which industry? Banking.
banking.
HDFC, ICICI.
Yeah, it's going up.
I bought HDFC and it was 700.
Now, right? HDFC Bank and HDFC Limited is coming.
Yes.
Sorry, I think.
Which is a bad news for me. I feel so. I'm not sure. Let's see.
Okay.
Huh? Initially it will be, but for me and all, it was a long term. But anyway, I bought it when it was very less. And again, it came very less during COVID times.
Yes.
COVID times, it was like initial, before COVID, like let's say February month, the share value was 1500. COVID 1 month later, the share value was 700. And then mid of 2020, 1300. Now it is 1500 or 600. Anyway. So now, in other words, the bulls are as important as your bears. Okay, so find the opportunities and record it and take strategies to tackle it. Anyway, what is meant by risk management? So risk, we have redefined risk. Risk is not only threat, right? So then we have to redefine what? Risk management also. Risk management means decreasing the P and I. What is P and I? Probability and impact of threats. And increasing P and I of opportunities. So that is what risk management is. It is not only about threats. It is also about what? Taking efforts to decrease the P and I of threat and increase the P and I of opportunities. That's what risk management is about. Right. Let me ask you this question. Now, the money that is allocated to handle your risk is called as the money that is allocated to handle your risk is called as reserve. Reserve. The money that is allocated for identified risk is contingency reserve. The money that is allocated for unidentified risk is management reserve. We saw two types of reserve, contingency and management. So the money that is allocated for handling your risk is reserve. So you have identified 100 risks, but your reserve is how much? Maximum. How much reserve is maximum allocated in a project? Usually 10%. But 5% is what is seen. 10% itself is high reserve. But you cannot use all this reserve for all your risks. You have 100 risks. You cannot, this 10% or 5% might not be enough to handle all your risks. So what do you have to do? You have to prioritize. That is why we are analyzing them. Which one are red zone, which one are amber zone, which one are green zone. I have to wisely use my reserve probably to handle my red risk and amber risk. Certain risk we don't worry about it, or we don't have money for them. Right. So let us quickly give an overview of all the 7 processes. So the definition of risk is, a risk is an uncertain event which may have positive or negative effect on the project objectives. So there are 7 processes. Plan risk management, identify risks, perform qualitative risk analysis, perform quantitative risk. Okay, so plan risk management, identify, perform qualitative and quantitative risk analysis, plan risk response. This 5 are planning process. Implement is execution, and monitor is monitoring and control. So let's give a quick review of all the 7 processes. So as usual, process name, description, and major output. So plan risk management. Identify risks. Perform qualitative risk analysis. Perform quantitative risk analysis. Plan risk responses. Implement responses. Monitor risks. So as usual, the first process is what? What is the first process is all about? Procedure or guidelines, right? So first what you're going to do, establish risk management procedures and guidelines. So in your organization, how many of you have a risk expert team in your company? Okay. What industry belong to? Usually oil and gas, banks, sometimes in manufacturing industries, you can see risk expert team as a separate risk team, because these are the, for example, in banks, they may have a financial risk expert team, okay, or risk expert team in general. So in oil and gas, again, this risk is it project risk expert team or only related to safety?
It's everything.
Everything.
Yeah,
Everything, right.
You have a
Yes.
department, they will look after this.
Risk, right. So there can be a formally chartered people like risk expert team, or sometimes you may have one particular team doing a role of what? A risk expert team. So although you have a risk expert team, project manager is accountable for your project risk. Risk expert team is only like an advisor and a consultant. Internal advisor and internal consultant.
We determine the risk, what are the risks in our business unit, and accordingly we make the mitigation plan.
What is the role of your risk expert team? What do they do?
Like a governance body, we evaluate the risk. If the risk rating is very high, then we do a meeting and how to control the risk.
Correct.
Review meetings and things.
So they will also educate your new people on risk management. For example, this is how the templates should look like. This is how the report should look like. These are the criteria to measure. Okay, or when would you call it high? When would you call it moderate? So the risk expert team should give some coaching on how to do the risk procedures, and there will be like an escalation point. So the primary responsibility is always with who? The project manager. So here, that is what you call as guidelines. Okay, who's going to do risk management? How they are going to, we will talk about this in detail. How are you going to measure? How are you going to categorize it? So such guidelines should be, in some organizations, they use color codes. In some organizations, they may not use color codes. They may use bubble charts. So are you going to, how the chart should look like? How do you, some organizations may use 3-point scale. High, medium, low. Some organizations may use 5-point scale, very high, high, medium, low, very low. Right? So how many levels you are going to differentiate, etc., etc. So that guidelines, when you set those guidelines, what is that document called as?
Risk register.
Risk management plan. So whenever you see this risk management plan, remember it is not risk response plan. Where would you find risk response plan? In the risk register. Risk management plan is only set of guidelines. You don't see the list of risk here, right? It is only procedures. That's all. Yes. Identify risk. Brainstorm. Opportunities. Threats. Categorize them. Determine cause and effect. So when you say identify risk, it is not just coming up with a risk statement. What risk is it is? Whether it is a financial risk or it is a catastrophic risk, categorize them. Okay, and then what would you do? What is the cause for the risk? What is the consequence of the risk? So that's how identify risk is all about. The team member should be involved. While you are identifying the risk. This is again
All
representatives.
Scope should be quantity surveyors, planners.
Correct. And executors particularly. Right? So unfortunately, again, the practice is what? Only one team coming up with the list of risks. That's not a right practice. So you have to have we usually have a status review session, right? In the status review session, what would you do? What are the various things that you will discuss? Usually, the status review session, what are we doing? We are usually discussing cost performance, scope performance, schedule performance. But risk review session should also be a part of what? A status review session. The risk review session should be much more frequent than a status review session. Maybe every week we can have a risk review session. In the risk review session, who should be present? Representatives of all the teams. There should be a representative from quality. There should be a representative from construction or building, from planning. So team members should be involved in how do you to identify the risk. Sometimes you can use WBS as your template. So whoever is the work package manager, so you can call them for identifying or reviewing the risk. For this work package, you are the responsible manager. So what are the risks related to that? Of course, the second level can be done by the risk expert team. So the first level risk should be raised by who? The relevant team members or leaders. So here the output is risk register and a risk report. Risk register sometimes called as risk log, risk report. Risk register will be kind of a log, kind of a list, right? Whereas risk report, it could be much more elaborate.
It's not a report.
It is a like a issue log. It is a list. It is a spreadsheet. But if you want to show more details, then you can have a risk report. What is the difference between qualitative and quantitative risk analysis? Qualitative, what is the meaning for the word qualitative?
Numbers.
Quantitative is numbers.
Subjective, qualitative.
Subjective. Qualitative is what? Subjective means for example, what is the probability you will go for the exam? Out of 5. 5. Right? Which means there's a high probability. But if I ask you to, let us go a little more deeper. How many chapters you have completed?
Out of 5.
Out of 5. Let's say out of 13 chapters, let's say. How many processes, how many chapters have you completed so far? One time?
One time maybe 3.
3 chapters, okay. So how many practice questions you have taken so far? Question papers or questions? Nil. How many classes did you attend? All. So I may use these parameters and then I will put it in a model based on the previous history. If as on today, with these many chapters that you have completed, with these many question papers that you have taken, with these many classes you have attended, your probability that you go for the examination is 30.35. If I say that, what is it? It is quantitative analysis. Will it rain today? What is the probability will it rain today? Very, very low. Even if you say 0%, even though you convert it to a number, that number is what? An opinion-based number. right? It is not a calculated number. It is a opinion based number. 5, 3, even if you use number here, this number is rank, or story point is what? Subjective or objective? Subjective. It is based on the opinion, the complexity. We say 8, 5. This is what? Subject. Is it an absolute measurement?
No.
But if I ask you that today the humidity is this much, temperature is this much, and based on the history, this particular month, the month of mid of the May, okay, what was the history, the previous? So I use this data, absolute data. Humidity is what? An absolute data. Temperature is what? An absolute data. And based on that, we use a model, forecast model. And then when we say the probability of rain today is 1.356, then this is called as what? Quantitative analysis. Quantitative. Qualitative is subjective analysis, like ranking. Okay. Like relative measurements. Okay, this is called as what? Qualitative analysis. So here you are going to subjectively analyze what? The probability and impact. Probability and impact is subjectively measured. But quantitative analysis is numerical, or you can say mathematical, or you can say statistical. That is the best word. But in the exam, you can see it in any terminology. Statistical. You take a sample, okay, and from the sample you measure something, and then you will say what is the percentage of probability or impact. Here also you are going to measure the probability and impact, but that probability and impact is numerical or mathematical or statistical. Sometimes it can even be monetary. Convert the impact into money value. Analysis of probability and impact. Remember, quantitative analysis is optional. We generally do not do quantitative analysis for all projects, for all the risks. Most of the time we do only qualitative analysis. Quantitative analysis is done for life-threatening threats like vaccination. Probability of this vaccination works, or what is the impact of a particular vaccine. I have asked them to switch it off. Maybe they have it on. Still cold. We both are very thin, no? So we don't have much layers. I asked them to switch it off. It's already off, I believe. No supply. So so for life-threatening or for high-budget projects, they may go for what? Quantitative analysis. Because if you have to do quantitative analysis, what is required? Statistical tools are required. Statistical knowledge is first of all required. So the people who do quantitative analysis, they will have knowledge on probability distribution. Have you heard of Monte Carlo simulation? Anybody? Monte Carlo simulation. Monte Carlo simulation is a simulation method. For example, they give forecast, right? The the IMD or International Meteorological Department. How do they give forecast that this is when it may rain, this is the cyclone, this is the speed of the cyclone, or this much damage bring? What do? They use simulation models, softwares for that. There are softwares. Even share markets, they give forecast, right? You have platforms like Angel Broking, eToro, right? What are these? They will give some. So when you want to invest on a share, this kind of platforms, they will tell you like what is the probability you will get a profit, and how much is the probability, what level of profit or a lose you may get. Okay, so they may give this. How do they give it? Based on simulation. They can't opinion based, they cannot say. So because people will investigate, how do you tell it? There are people who even sue, okay, for a bad forecast. So they have to have what? A simulation model, sample studies. So fortunately, Those are out of our syllabus. Probability distribution, simulation models, none of them are in our syllabus because it's a separate subject. Okay. Probability distribution alone, to my little knowledge that I have in statistics, there are at least 6 frequently used probability distributions. Binomial, Poisson, have you heard of it? Binomial, Poisson, T distribution, Z distribution, chi-square, right? School days, no? Beta. We spoke about beta also, 3-point estimating, right? So, sorry?
Major output.
Yeah, I'm going to give that. So, quantitative analysis is very frequently asked question. Somehow they try to test whether you know, you don't have to do quantitative analysis for all the risks. Okay. So, the quantitative risk analysis is costly and time consuming. What is the output? Same thing. Risk register update. Risk report update. There are only 3 records.
Qualitative analysis is like our PMP exam itself is a qualitative analysis, right?
Like, can you elaborate?
Yeah, it's not. We are based on the answers. They are analyzing the quality of the student, right? Like
Yes.
NEET exams, all these.
Yes.
Is right? My understanding.
Your the question itself is what? The questions are more based on what? Qualitative questions. How do
Yes,
you react to a scenario?
Scenario. Yes.
See, if you go deeper and deeper and deeper, anyway, it starts with qualitative only. However, you see number, underlying number will be what? Qualitative only. For example, you say duration, estimate the duration. How did you estimate the duration? You estimate the duration of a project. People say, okay, I estimated the duration of the project based on deliverable duration. How did you estimate the deliverable duration? Based on activity duration. How did you identify the activity duration? Subjective, expert judgment. At that micro level, it is always what? Qualitative. Even for mathematical models, when you do not have enough sample size, what do? They will just have 5 samples if I have. But for models, you may have to minimum have 30 plus samples. If you have only 5 samples, then what do? We will replicate the sample. We will take an average of the average. They call it as what? X bar of the X bar, they call it. Okay. They'll take the average of the average, and what do? They will convert, they will extrapolate the sample. In a way, what is it? It is nothing but what? Subjective way of sampling. Correct. We say sample. For example, I want to understand the consumer behavior. I go for sample. In the questionnaire, what I see? How much would you like the product? Okay, 5, 4, 3. What is that? That is anyway subjective. So at a micro level, if you go, everything will roll down to what? Subjective. So instead of macro subjective, here you are going for micro subjective. That is the only difference. So here also there is risk register update and risk report update. So there are only 3 documents. Risk management plan, risk register, and risk report. So this documents will be updated throughout the project. Plan, risk response. This is where you are going to get most of your questions from. From other processes, you will get very less questions. This is where you will get under risk management. This is where you will get good number of questions. Here you are going to develop strategies for opportunities. And threats. Develop strategies for opportunities and threats. Develop action plans. Develop fallback fallback plans. What is fallback plan?
Alternative
Alternate plan B. If your plan A doesn't work out, your plan B is called as fallback plan. Develop contingent response plans, not contingent reserve. Okay, this is contingent response plan. What is contingent response plan? Somewhere note down. Contingent response plan means a plan that you take after the trigger, after a trigger or after a warning sign. For example, let's say you see dark clouds. Okay, so while you are starting from your home, if you take umbrella, this is what mitigation plan. But you started from your home without umbrella, but in between you see some trigger, lightning, thunderstorms. Now what you do? Immediately you go and buy an umbrella, or immediately you catch a taxi. This is what contingent response. After seeing the trigger, you take a plan, right? Trigger is only sign. Okay, trigger does not mean it has already occurred. If it has already occurred, it is issue log. It is issue, right? It has yet to occur, but you see a warning sign. So this warning sign tells you that it is going to happen, urgent. So that emergency plan is called as what? Contingent response. This contingent response plan is otherwise called as workaround plan or workaround. So develop action plans based on the strategies, and then develop fallback plans. Develop if you already see a warning sign, if you do not have a plan, wherever you see a trigger, develop contingent response plan. Out of this, we are going to discuss about the strategies. 5 strategies for opportunities and 5 strategies for threats. That is pretty important. So again, the output will be risk register update, risk report update. So implement and monitor is like execute, implement the response plan. And manage changes, if any, changes to the, maybe your primary plan did not work out, or you have to have a new plan, then manage changes to your risk management plan or risk register. Monitor risk is evaluate the effectiveness. Evaluate the effectiveness of your response plan. Identify new risks, secondary risks, residual risks. We have to discuss. Okay, what is secondary risk? What is residual risks? Review. So the output is again the updates, any relevant for both of them, any relevant project document, including the risk register, risk report, any relevant project document have to be updated, or PM plan have to be updated. Change requests, if any. So this is a quick overview of what's going to happen in risk management. So when we finish a risk register, how the risk register will look like, and the risk management plan, and all the elements in risk register and risk management plan, this will be over. Okay. Although there are 7 processes, but the documents are only little. So the same document, they have just divided the processes into micro steps. That's all. So within the scope of PMP exam, you should know what is the risk, what are the content of a risk management plan, what is the content of a risk register, and what are the strategies. This is where you have to concentrate. Right. So first, let us straight away go to risk management plan, the first process. So it is a guideline document, right? So your risk management plan should give guidance to who? To the team. So you will get the guidance from, if you have a PMO, if you have a risk expert team, or you have to review your organization risk management procedures, and you will understand those guidelines and procedures, and you have to educate your team. So what all your team wants to know? First of all, they should know what is risk. If you tell your team you have to raise the risk, first of all, they should know the definition. What is risk? So we define opportunity, threat, volatility, ambiguity. All of these are called as risks, right? So similar definition you have to give to your team. So what is risk exactly, and what is the risk categories? Okay. So how do you categorize the risk? Usually they categorize the risk as internal or external, or they categorize the risk as technical and management. Okay, PMO Guide 6th edition give 4 categories for risk. Internal, sorry, not internal, technical, management, external, and commercial. This is how PMO Guide 6th edition have divided the risk categories. But you can categorize as you want from in your organization. Now, let me give you an example. Tell me where does it come. Cyclone. External. So what is external risk? Which is not in your control. It is outside your organization, and it is outside your organization control or your control, right? So like political risk, potential war threat, missile attack in the country, or safety because of the war threat, okay, or inflation, okay, labor rate increase, material rate increase. All this will come under where? External risk. So we saw PESL, right? What is PESL?
Political and
Economical, social, technological, legal, and geo-environment, right? All this will come under external. A potential failure of a deliverable. This is one. Technical. Anything related to your product component, technical process, technology, all this will come under technical risk. So failure of a technology that you are using, potential failure of a deliverable, potential defect, okay, all this will come under where? Technical, or even the technical process. Sorry? Okay, I'll tell you what comes under management. Potential absenteeism in your resources. It will come under what? Management. Potential budget cut from your sponsor. Management. So anything related to management processes, like potential failure of assumption in your estimate. Okay. schedule estimate, cost estimate, or any related to management processes, or from your management decisions, or resources in general, resource availabilities, all this will come under management risk. Commercial. So this is related to partners, your immediate partners. So who are your partners? Customer. Team will not come here. Vendor, suppliers, or business partners. Okay, like joint ventures if you are into. Okay, so they will any contract. This is nothing but contractual risk. Okay, but PMI call it as what? Commercial risks. Okay, any risk related to the contracts, potential breach of contract, or potential deviation from the contract of your customers or vendors or business partners. This will come under commercial risk. Although commercial look like more like financial risk, but this is actually what? Contractual risk. So this is how PMI divides recommended division, but you can do it as you want. Okay. So even if you want to, under external, if you want to have subcategory, then you can say this is political and environment. That is your choice. Okay. So you have to give this. I'll show you. If you have one. Okay, this should be ready, and your team should know this. So technical, commercial, external, and management. So which one will come? If you're giving a high level category and sub points. So this guideline should be given to who? To your team. This is called as what? A risk breakdown structure. This low level items are called as prompt list. This is called as what? Prompt list. Why they call it as prompt list? What is prompt? Usually in cinema and all, they say no, when the actors were have to deliver the somebody will prompt them, right? In olden days they used to memorize the dialogues and deliver, but nowadays nobody is memorizing the dialogue, right? There would be somebody who's called as a prompter, and they will do the prompting and they will just show it with emotion, right? What does that prompt means here? It helps. For example, you can use this as a prompt list during brainstorming session, during your risk identification session. So your team should identify risk, right? What are the risks? So how do they identify risk? So you can use this as a template. So your team can think in this perspective. Okay, now let us think about technical risks. Let us think about commercial risks. Okay, this is like a prompt list for enable your people to come up with a list of risks. So you can call it risk breakdown structure. Particularly the low level items are called as prompt list. So this should be ready. This guideline should be given to your people. How do you categorize it and what are the subcategories? The next one, your team should know their role or responsibilities in risk management. Not only your team, whoever are important players, they should know what is their role and what is, as a project manager, what is your role in risk management? You may not identify, you may identify management risks, right? Identify risks, yes. Then if somebody else identify, you are the one who have to log the risk. Sometimes your team member may say it is a risk. Maybe it is not a risk, it is an issue. Maybe it is not a risk, it is a change. Maybe it is not a risk, it is a scope creep, right? So this should go to change log. This should go to issue log. This should go to risk log. Who may determine? The project manager, right? So project manager may log the risk. What else can you do? You can allocate from the contingency reserve. You can allocate how much should go for a particular risk. Okay, allocate reserve within the approved reserve for any individual risk, so on and so forth, right? What your team member should do? Pardon? Identify. So in their work package, they should identify risks and they should inform the PM or the team leader, and they should participate in evaluation, so on and so forth. So I'll show you a sample. Look at this. What is the role of a team here? They raise the risk and they ensure the PM is informed of risk. See, this is not from PM walk. This is sample from what a company. Read the project manager.
Long
Uh-huh.
analysis to assess probability of impact.
Okay, let me ask you a question. What is the duty of a issue order? Issue what order? What is the duty of a benefit order? We discussed this earlier. Benefit order, issue order, what do they do? When you say order for a benefit, order for a issue, what does it mean?
You will maintain the law and monitor.
The one who track. If there is an action plan, the one who is responsible to implement the action plan. So that person is called as who? Issue order. Benefit order means the one who track whether the benefit is achieved. Not the one who received the benefit. The one who measure whether the benefit is achieved. We saw this under business case. So issue order means the one who track the issue, the one who implement the action plan, the one who develop and implement the action plan. Similarly, when you say a risk owner, the one who develop the action plan and implement it. So here the project manager is the one who assign the risk owner. For every risk, the project manager will assign a risk owner. So the risk owner will assess the probability impact, identify the action plan and implement the action plan. Unless and until you have a risk owner, nobody will take a responsibility of the risk. You will say risk. But what has happened? One responsible or accountable person should be there for each risk.
So from the team, risk owner will be selected.
Yes.
This randomly selected.
Based on the risk. If it is a quality related risk, probably a quality team member. If it is depending upon the work package, right? So that is why the team member should be there in where? In the risk review session. Then only team member can take that, yes, this is the risk that they will agree or they would disagree, right?
The assignment work for one risks. That's one for certain.
Correct.
Every quarter.
Okay. So you have a risk review session every quarter.
Every quarter with the index of the possibility and likelihood.
Risk register.
Yeah.
So which is next step that we will, yes, right. So the risk owner name will be there in where? In the register. The name of the person or the designation of the person will be there in the register. So who, what is the duty? If you're assigned as a risk owner, then what is your duty? So you should give that guidelines to your team. So they should know if they're assigned as a risk owner, what is their duty? Steering committee or sponsor or any management, what do they do? Whatever escalated risk, they have to handle it if they acknowledge the escalated. So in this organization, they say all the high impact risks are escalated, but it is not the case in PMO guide does not say this. In this, if it it is a high impact risk, it will be sent to the steering committee. So whatever is escalated, they will handle it. And they will authorize the closure of a high risk and medium risk. And they should be aware of any risk that has a greater impact on cost. So likewise, you will set a roles and responsibility for your team. Risk-related roles and responsibility. So this should be under risk management plan. And the team should know their maximum, or in other words, maximum time and money that they can spend on risk management. So they should know their ceiling limit. And you should identify or judge your stakeholders' risk attitude. So risk attitude in the sense, how much somebody is willing to take risk and how much somebody is tolerance, their willingness and tolerance. For example, so when I say stakeholder, it is primarily your customer and sponsor. If a customer says that I have a strict budget, then what happens? The willingness or tolerance is high or low? Usually it is low because they are not ready for flexibilities. In agile projects, they should be ready for flexibility. But if the customer says that I have a lump sum contract, I have a very strict budget, I have a less budget, or the reserves that are allocated are low allocation of reserves, maybe 2% reserves are allocated, or the culture, innovation culture is, or attitude towards innovation is less. For example, the customer says, I don't want to try anything new. I want to go for proven practices, proven technology. In this case, you may call your stakeholder as risk averse. What is the exact opposite? Risk seeking. The middle stage is risk neutral. Of course, it is subjective, but you have to understand, okay, whether your stakeholder is risk averse or risk seeker or a risk neutral. So if you say this person is risk averse, then you have to justify why he is risk averse, or how do you say they are risk neutral. So sometimes you say the organization culture itself will be risk seeking. Google is known for trying any new technology that comes into market. Many of the big tech companies, they are usually what? Risk seekers. But there are certain organizations who are very, very, so actually based on their trend, we will call some companies as innovators, some organizations as early adopters, some organizations as late adopters, some organizations as, I forgot this name, let's say dormant. Okay, there's a terminology for this. Okay, so dormant. So innovator is what? They will introduce a new technology, or they are ready to test anything new. Early adopters is, they are not innovators, but somebody innovate, but they are quickly adopted. Late adopter is, they will see the market trend, how the customer reacts, and then if they are very confident, then they will go for the adopt the technology or any new things. Dormant are like, they will adopt only when they know the survival is a question. Only when they know that, if I don't adapt, I will not survive in the market. At that stage, they will adopt. So likewise, how is your stakeholder? Whether they are risk averse, or risk seekers, or somewhere in the middle. So have a judgment about this, because accordingly only you can, mitigate your risks. So some guidelines related to the attitude of your stakeholder should be evaluated, and this guidance should be provided to your relevant team members. Your risk management plan should also guide you on how are you going to evaluate? How are you going to evaluate your risk? Or what criteria are you going to use to evaluate? Of course, what are the criteria? Probability and impact. But you can use third criteria, fourth criteria. So what criteria? How will you evaluate it? And how the report should look like? Report template. This should be ready. So, in short, to brief, your risk management plan should answer all these questions. What is the risk tolerance of your stakeholder? Who are the risk team members, or what is the duty of your team in risk management? How much time and money will be spent on risk? What are the risk processes that you are going to do? How will you categorize the risk? How are you going to score? What kind of criteria you are going to use to evaluate the risk? How somebody will report risk? How often you will conduct the risk review sessions, right? So this guidance, these questions should be answered in where? In the risk management plan. Take 5 minutes break and come back. 1:30 we'll break for a short snack or lunch. Five minutes. 12:40. We are waiting. Okay.
No, we don't want to do at the same time, but we can do multiple times.
Yeah, yeah. Your the questions that I gave you in the folder, right? You are able to open it, right?
Recently, the just one person talking, the next one.
Okay. Actually, that one he said like you have to change the file name sometimes. But anyway, I have sent to the PDF format. So for QP Mark 1, QP Mark 2, and simulator test 1, simulator test 2. Like this, there are 4 files. Okay, finish those. And then before the exam, I'll give you more questions. Right. So set your guidelines.
Having more
Yeah.
number of questions. QP 1 and 2 having more number of questions, around 800 questions are there. Topic wise question plus the overall question is there.
Where?
Simulator set 1, set 2 having 200 question, 120 questions.
200 questions, right? Set 1 and set 2 together will have 200 questions, to my knowledge.
Yes. Yes, 120 each.
And QP Mark 1, QP Mark 2, these 2 PDF files will have 180. Probably around 300 plus questions. 180. I'm not talking about the books. I have given some books, okay, which if you want like chapter wise, while you're practicing chapter wise, if you want to take question, use the books. Otherwise, skip the books.
That having around 800 question each
book
chapter wise, around 200 question is there.
You're not need to practice all of them. Okay, just to practice 50-50. Okay, whenever you are feeling bored of the subject, I mean, when you're studying, go back to questions, do it randomly. Okay, so those questions you can use it like 10 questions or 20 questions per chapter, the chapter wise questions. But what is mandatory questions that you have to definitely practice? Those 4 PDF files, right? 180. Let me show you. Is it there? Can you post the G Drive link again? This is our group, right? The old Google Drive link, anybody? Is anybody doing that? The old Google Drive link that I sent you, can you please repost it? Because sometimes I'm unable to.
That was critical path method.
No, not that one.
Before that.
Before that, I'm trying to check whether it is loading. One big file that I sent.
I shared now one.
All reference, right?
Okay, one moment, somebody. Yeah, all reference. Yeah, this one. Yes. So it is the questions folder. Okay, don't forget to open the questions. Sometimes in the link we will list this. Okay. So in this simulator question 1, simulator question 2, and these 2 PDF files. Some of you are unable to open this, so I have resent it in the group. Okay, this 4 PDFs is what I was talking about. So this 4 PDFs will have 180 plus 180 plus 200. Okay, around 300 for around 600 questions. Okay, totally.
This is enough.
These 2 books, yeah, this 2 books is your option. Okay, for example, because some of the students said that while I'm studying a chapter, I want to see some questions. So because these are not chapter wise, these are like totally 180, 180 or 150. So sometimes if you want to see chapter while you're studying 6th edition or while you're studying the processes, okay, so you want to practice some questions, you can go either to this book or this book, any one book you can use, and just to practice 10 questions. That's enough, chapter wise.
Yeah, but this all related to process group only. I don't think agile is.
No, that is not. That is what I'm telling you. Yeah, correct. It is not. It is related to only process. 49 processes.
But agile, you have 200 YouTube video.
Agile, this here you have all questions. Agile, all questions combined are given here. Okay.
Besides that, there is some YouTube video also you have given 200 questions. For agile itself. For agile itself, there is some 200 question is there.
Yeah, I shared a video with you, right?
Yeah, correct.
That video, YouTube video only, I found it useful. Only for agile, 200 questions. Correct. With explanation, you can watch that particular video. It's a 6-hour video.
Yes.
You can watch it in, like speed 1.5. Okay. I think that let us see.
Besides this PMP having any in their website, I think there are some questions we can
I have taken some questions directly from PMI. This is one moment. This is the video, 200 agile PMP questions. So some of the simulator, the four files that I have sent you, the questions are taken from multiple sources, including PMI's direct sources. Okay. So you don't have to buy any PMI question. Anyway, I will be giving before you go for the exam. If you have already scheduled your exam, okay, or if you have already submitted your exam, paid for your exam, then call me. Okay, I will give you another 200 questions, particular focus on the latest, whatever is the latest. Okay.
That is after all doing this and just ready, then do that and finish.
That is like tuition teacher question. Okay. Before one day before they give now, like that. Okay, right?
100% money back guarantee.
Money back guarantee.
Many of the advertisements for this PMP use this way. 100% money back guarantee.
There are so many conditions. You have to take the examination within 60 days of the training. Okay. That itself, many people will not take. Okay, and you have to attend all the classes. That another 50% gone. Okay, so if you look at all the conditions, probably the money back guarantee is what I'll tell you, because I have seen that. They will give you the $275 re-exam fee.
Okay.
Okay. So anyway, so out of 20 people in a batch, hardly one may, not even per batch. First of all, you fulfill all the conditions and $275. But that money back guarantee is what? It's a big catch, no?
Yeah.
Right. The loss is only very, very less, if at all there is a loss. Right. And but the the USP is so good. We should suggest something like that here. Okay.
Back from the Quadra Plus.
Pardon?
Who is giving the money back?
Who is giving the money back? Nobody is giving money back. Okay. Okay. No money back from Quadra Plus. You're asking the institute name. Which institute is giving money back?
Yeah.
Sorry. I have signed an agreement with Quadra Plus No political talks, no talks about another institute. Right. Moving ahead. So now we have got this risk management plan. Okay, this is established. Now what would you do? You will go to the identify risks. So from here onwards, we are going to update the risk register. So I will just show you a template of a risk register. Of course, you can customize it as you want. So can one of you read the description for identify risk?
New technology presents IT with a speed.
No. Description.
Brainstorm opportunities.
And threats. Okay, look at this. In this, they have got two registers: opportunity register, threat register. But you can combine it as a single one also. But this is also a good idea. Okay, having both opportunity and threat register separately. Okay, then what is the next point? No. In
Categories them, determine cost and effect.
Okay, so when you look at a risk description, risk cost, risk impact. Okay, so this has to be filled during which stage? Identify risk stage. Okay, so what is the give a statement, and what is the cause for the risk? What is the source of the risk? And where it can impact, whether it can impact the schedule or cost. Here you can include quantitative measure also. So it can lead to an approximate delay of 10 days. It may lead to approximate monetary loss of $10,000. Okay, so that you can write it here. And then
impact only for schedule, time and cost.
No, you can include it. Here they have given
this only, right?
Pardon?
This impact can happen only for this.
Not necessarily, it can be on resources. Resources in turn is converted into cost, but it can be on the resources, it can be on the brand image. Right? So you can include that as well. Goodwill of the customer. So you can include more details. So here they have given a description that cost, scope, schedule, or quality. But here it is only given as a filter. But you can include like what kind of a impact it can lead to. Here they have given only impact area, but here you can include like actually what kind of an impact it can create on schedule, on cost, etc. So this is filled during identify risk, and you can also include an identification number. When you're including identification number, you can include like where it impact. For example, which phase. So sometimes people give it like phase number, or let's say this risk is related to initiating stage. And this is related to 1.1, 1.1, the WBS element. And this is identified on May month. So May and 01. 01 is the number. Okay. So you can define your identification code in whatever way you want to see that. Usually what I have seen is date on the code. Here also you can say date. 2nd November 2011 and A. So many times they include WBS element or phase in the identification number so that you can easily identify, it is related to which package. Now, let me give you this little side point. What is overall risk and what is individual risk? You can often see this terminology in the PMP Guide 6th edition. What is overall risk and what is individual risk? Deliverable wise risk. If a risk can affect a particular deliverable, a particular work package, it is called as what? An individual risk. An overall risk is a risk that can affect the total project. For example, inflation will affect all the deliverables, total project, or pandemic can affect the complete project, right? All the elements of your project. So if it have a high level impact on the total project, such risks are called as what? Overall risk. Whereas if it can affect only a specific area, specific deliverable, it can be called as what? An individual risk. Right. And then what else would you fill during identify risk? The risk owner. So once you identify a risk, immediately assign the risk owner. Risk owner is also why you would during identification stage itself you have to assign the risk owner, because this is the person who is going to evaluate. Who will, the next stage is what? Evaluate, right? So who will evaluate? One who is a risk owner, they will analyze, they will give the probability impact score, they will develop the action plan. So you will assign a risk owner. You can include a trigger, symptoms, warning signs, if any. Okay, if any, you can include that. So the status as of now could be active. What else can you include? You can also include for some risk, even before you analyze, you can identify responses. For example, fire. You don't even have to evaluate. You already have risk responses like install smoke detectors, install fire extinguishers, provide fire and safety training to your people. Why? It is a legal response. Whether probability is high or low, whether the impact is high or low, it doesn't matter. Legally, what you have to do? You have to anyway respond to it. Anyway, you have to have the response plan. So for certain risks, if the response is mandatory or if the response is already known, then you can include directly the responses during the identification stage itself. So this is what is filled during identification stage. So for identification, what you can use brainstorming, nominal group technique, which we already discussed, interview surveys, okay, which we already discussed. So we don't have to discuss what are the techniques to identify the risk. You can also identify risk using cause and effect diagrams, but we will discuss it later. Cause and effect diagrams will be discussed during quality management. Nothing else to talk in identify risk. A risk include the cause and effect statement, very often asked a question. The next one is qualitative risk analysis. So if you have to do a qualitative risk analysis, before even the qualitative risk analysis you do, this matrix should be ready. Okay, this is called as what? P&I matrix. So here, how many levels are there for probability? Look at this. How many levels are there for probability? Color codes are 3.
Okay.
But probability, how many levels? 5 levels. 10%, 30%, 50%, 70%, 90%. Or you can say very low, low, moderate, high, very high. Is this subjective or numerical?
Numerical.
Subjective. This 10, 30 is what? If it is instead of very low, you are calling it as 0.1. It is still what? Subjective. Impact, how many levels are there? 5. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. So let me ask you this question. If you are defining how many levels for probability and impact, if you are defining how many color codes you are going to have, which process are you in risk management?
Process.
If you are defining how many levels of probability, how many levels of impact, how many levels of color codes you are going to have, which process are you in? Planned risk management, first one. What is meant by setting the guidelines? This is what setting the guidelines. Okay. So here, what is this 8.1? 8.1, 6.34. How much did you, how did you get that? Multiplication of probability and impact. So note this down. Risk exposure score. What is meant by risk exposure score? Risk exposure score is P times I. Okay, probability times impact is called as what? Risk exposure score. If both of them are in subjective numbers, okay, or rank, then it is called as exposure score. But if the impact is given in a money value, it is called as expected monetary value, EMV. Expected monetary value. So in this is also P&I, but the impact is given in what value? Dollar value. For example, if I say probability is 50% and impact is rank is 5, so what is the risk exposure score? 2.5. But if I say probability is 50%, but the impact is $10,000 worth impact, then the EMV, expected monetary value, is 5,000. If it is a threat, it is negative 5,000. If it is an opportunity, it is positive 5,000. Now, if you are finding the risk exposure score, what analysis is this? Qualitative or quantitative? Qualitative. Because these are qualitative numbers, these are ranks. If you are calculating EMV, where are you? Quantitative. Because quantitative is what? It includes monetary value. If you read your quantitative analysis description, what you have written under quantitative analysis? Read first the qualitative.
Subjective analysis, ranking, relative measurement.
So this is relative, right? So what do you mean by relative scoring? For example, risk A and risk B. So compared to risk B, risk A is high probability. So if I say for risk B, the probability is 20%, risk A, I'm going to call it as 50%. You're comparing and scoring it. Or risk A's impact is less compared to B. So B's impact is like, if I say 8, A's impact is 5. So here it is still what? Opinion-based analysis. So this is what you call a subjective scoring. The score, but still subjective. What you have written for quantitative?
Numerical, mathematical, statistical, monetary value analysis.
So here monetary, right? This is monetary. How did you arrive at this 0.5? This is not, this 0.5 is, although I told you it is 0.5 subjectively, but if it is a quantitative analysis, this is done from where? From statistics. So this 0.5, they would have arrived from probability distribution. They would have collected a sample. They would have done probability distribution, which is a statistical technique. Through this, they have come up with what? 0.5. Then it is called as what? Quantitative analysis. But we are not going back in that area. So in this risk register, they are defining that if a particular risk, the probability is very high and the impact is also very high, what? Red zone. So 0.9 very high, 9 very high, very high, very high, 8.1 is the score, and what is the zone? Red zone. If the probability is moderate and the impact is low, where does it come? The probability is moderate, impact is low. Moderate means which one? 0.5 and low means 3. 1 is very low. Low is 3. So 3 times 0.5. So it comes under what? Green zone. If the probability is high and the impact is moderate, probability is high means 0.7. Probability is high and the impact is moderate. Yellow zone. 3.5. This who defined? Did PMP guy define this? This is your project definition. So in your project, maybe you have defined this way. Maybe in another project, only these 3 are red zone. Maybe all the other could be amber zone. Right? So it is your, this is what you are doing it in risk management plan. So you are defining which one is red zone, which combination is amber zone, which combination is green zone. You can even have 5 color code. Sometimes they may use 5 color codes. Red, orange, amber, yellow, green. Sometimes I use grayscale, not color code. Why? Dark gray, light gray, and white. Because to take a printout. Because if you are keeping it in, this one, many of the times we use what? Color printout is not eco-friendly, right? So So that is why what do? They don't have this color codes, right? Because you cannot exactly say amber and green when you take this one. Right? So grayscale can also be used. So this is what you have to define, whether it is a grayscale or a color code. If it is a color code, whether it is 3 or 5, etc. Now, one more point I wanted to say. Right. Here, how many criteria am I using? 2 criteria, probability and impact. But in some risk registers, they use more than 2 criteria. If it is more than 2 criteria, what could be the third criteria? The third criteria can be propinquity. What is propinquity? How many stakeholders it affects? What is probability? What is probability? Chance of occurrence. Okay, what is the chance of occurrence? What is impact? How severe it is, where it impacts and how severe it is. What is propinquity? How many stakeholders it affects? What is the propinquity of Ukraine war? Is it local impact or global impact? Global impact. The propinquity is high. It affects more than one country. It is not just affecting Russia and Ukraine. It affects almost the whole world. In a oil shortages or inflation by different means, even security threats. Similarly, in your project, there could be certain risks which may have a strategic level impact. There are certain risks which can affect you, your vendor, your subcontractor, your customer, even your competitor. Such a risk is called as what? High propinquity risk. This can be taken. Another one, very popularly used, particularly in manufacturing. Detectability. This could also be used as the third criteria. Golopan. Have you heard of FME?
Yes.
FME?
Yeah, failure mode effective analysis.
Failure mode effect analysis. There is a specific technique called as, it is nothing but a risk register. In this, what do? They use 3 criteria. What is the 3 criteria? Probability, impact, and detectability. I'll show, I think I have a sample.
We say severity, occurrence, and
yes.
Yeah, it's one of the different names.
RPM.
Yeah. Number, risk priority number.
Yes. This is a sample FMEA, failure mode effect analysis. So when we say failure mode, it is opportunity or threat?
It's a threat.
It's a threat. It's only threat. So in FMEA risk register, there is no opportunities shown. It's only threats. So this can be done in any organization. This is actually done in a bank. So when a bank wants to introduce a new technology or it's already an existing technology, they may do FMEA very often, very frequently to improve their process or product. So they are looking at in what all ways a particular technology or in what all ways a particular process can fail. So they have taken a process which is ATM cash withdrawal from an ATM. So if you are a customer withdrawing a cash from an ATM, what are the steps? First, you will insert your ATM card and authenticate. And next, you will put the number and cash has to be dispensed. So in the step 1, what all ways the failure can happen? The failure can be not only technological failure, any failure. So the failure can be unauthorized access may happen, which means you are the right person to access, but somebody who's not an account holder, without the permission of the account holder, was accessing a why this can happen? Why an unauthorized access may happen? Somebody stolen the card, or you have shared your PIN number to somebody, or somebody who is behind you. Maybe they have an infrared camera. Okay. Okay. So here they have given one of the causes what? Lost or stolen card. So this is the cause. What is the effect? For the likewise they have given for cause and effect. So another problem is authentication failure. Authentication failure is you are the right person, so you have inserted the card, but what happened was you got an error message. Service failure. Okay, unable to process your card. This is called as what? Authentication failure. Why authentication failure can happen? Maybe due to a network failure. So if the card is stolen, the impact is high or low? Or if there is an unauthorized access, the impact is high or low? High. You will lose the brand image, it will come in a newspaper, right? The customer loses money. It's a high impact, high security threat. So the impact, they have given how much? 8 out of 10. But authentication failure, the impact is relatively less. So they have given 3 out of 10. So severity here means what? Impact. Occurrence means what? Probability. So the probability of unauthorized access from the history of the bank, it is very, very less cases. So they have given what? Less probability. So 3 out of 10. But these cases are higher than the previous case. So they have given 5 out of 10. Look at the third character here, detectability. What is detectability? Cyclone, earthquake, tsunami. If you have to give 1, 3, 5, 8, based on detectability, which one you will give what number? Based on detectability. First tell me which one is more detectable? Cyclone. So what is detectable?
1.
Sorry? You have the technology to identify whether the cyclone have formed or not, in which direction it is moving, what is the strength of the cyclone, everything we can measure. So detectability means what? Before it happens, do you have enough systems, okay, to understand it? So detectability is not only to understand, to understand whether it will occur, how much it will occur. That's what we call as what? Detectability. So cyclone, the moment the low pressure is formed, you can know low pressure is formed, whether it is a wet one or a dry one. What is the speed? What is the speed when it is approaching? How many days before you can find? At least 3-4 days. Nowadays they are even detecting even before that, right? At least before you can detect it. So you have enough time to respond to it or protect. Okay, so cyclone, how much you want to give? If it is highly detectable, high risk or low risk? Low risk. So if the detectability is high, the score should be low. You get that? But that is not the case in probability and severity. The probability is high, high score. If the impact is high, high score. But if the detectability is high, the score should be low. So cyclone, how much you want to give probably?
1 or 3.
1 or 3, right? Then earthquake and tsunami, which one is comparatively more detectable?
5. Earthquake will be more detectable than tsunami.
No, tsunami is more detectable. Earthquake, what different? Both are earthquake anyway.
Yeah.
But before it, earthquake in ocean plate is tsunami, right? But tsunami is like what? After the earthquake that happened in the, so the moment we will detect the earthquake only after it happened. As of now, we do not have any technology to identify earthquake. We can only identify earthquake prone zone based on the tectonic plates based on the historical movements. But you cannot detect the earthquake unless until it happens. The Richter scale is only a measurement scale after it happens, right? So the moment the earthquake is formed on the oceanic plate, then it means what? Tsunami may happen. So tsunami is more detectable than an earthquake before damage happens, right? So probably you may give a 5 and you may probably give 8 for this. Okay. So look at this one. If they have given 3, what does it mean? Highly detectable or low detectable? Highly detectable. They have enough control systems or detectable systems to detect it. Okay, maybe the moment they can identify who have done that, where it is done, at what time it is done, or they may have some systems to monitor how many times they tried the pin. Okay, everything. And that is why nowadays they are giving money back, right? Before 24 hours, if you inform them, they are even ready to restore the, because they have a very high confidence that they can retrieve, right? Whereas authentication failure, comparatively, they have given little, which means detectability is slight, comparatively weaker than this one. Here, what is RPN number? 8 times 3 times 3. Okay, which is 72. 3 times 5 times 5, 75. So you can set rules. If it is greater than 100, definitely action plan is required. If it is less than 100, maybe, you don't, that is not a priority. You can prioritize it based on the exposure score. Here they are calling it as RPM score. We call it as exposure score or a EMP score. So detectability is a very popularly used third criteria. Because this FMEA is used in electronics industry, electrical industries, all kind of manufacturing, banks, telecom industry. Okay, so here when they do a risk review, so what do? They do FMEA. When you're developing a, so actually there are 2 types of FMEA: PFMEA, DFMEA. You don't have to know this. Design FMEA, process FMEA. What is this? This is DFMEA or a PFMEA?
This is PFME.
Process. Step 1.
Okay,
step 2.
step 1.
Process.
Okay.
Design is what you get. You talk about the product. For example, if I have the ATM machine, in the ATM machine, I have got multiple parts, right? There is a authentication. There is a camera. There is a print. There is a, what else? Dispenser, cash dispenser. I look at each part. I take part by part. In what all ways dispenser can fail? In what all ways the camera can fail? That is DFME. Part by part if I do. Anyway, so in FMEA they use third criteria, detectability. What could be the other criteria? Controllability. What does it mean? How much control you have on that risk to mitigate. Inflation, supplier delay. Where you have more control? Supplier delay. Inflation. Supplier delay, your team's delay. Where you have more control? Right, so based on how much manageability or controllability you have over that risk, based on that also you can. So higher the controllability, higher the score or lower the score? Lower the score. Next criteria. Dormancy. This is used in healthcare industry. When they are studying the risks about a disease, right? So they can use a criteria called as dormancy. What is meant by, if a risk is dormant, what does it mean? If a disease is dormant, what does it mean? Is it a threat or not threat?
Disease is over.
It is not showing you symptoms. It will show symptoms only at the last stage. For some cancers, okay, it will not show any symptoms. By the time it shows symptoms, already stage 4. That was the case with COVID Delta variant, right? So when the moment when it shows symptoms, it is already the lungs was fully affected. Good or bad? Higher the dormancy, higher the risk or lower the risk? Higher the risk. Usually they say that active volcanoes are better than dormant volcanoes. Because active volcanoes are at least, you know that there is an activity, right? So we are always, people will never go near to that because they know it is an active volcano. But this dormant, once this Italy, there is one historical, the whole city was, even today, you know, it is, you know, it has become a tourist place actually. The whole village is completely gone. It was a Pompeo. What was the name of the volcano? Pompeo, I believe.
There is a movie.
There is a movie. So that particular volcano, it was a dormant volcano. So people were taking it very lightly. Yes. So people do not evacuate it also. So one particular day, you know, it bursted and the whole village is gone. Even today, though, you know, all those children and whoever was there in the village, they were like, you know, they will become like a stoned one. Anyway, so dormancy is risky, high risky. Okay. So higher the dormancy, higher the risk or lower the risk? Urgency. Urgency is, as you know, right? How much time you have to respond. That's what you call as urgency. Higher the urgency, higher the score. So this could be added as what? As a third criteria or even fourth criteria. Okay. Now, if you are using only two criteria, like only probability and impact, so if I say low, medium, high probability, this is probability area, and this is impact area. If this low, medium, high, so let's say if I say that this is red zone, so if it is two criteria, you call it as what? This visual model is called as what? Matrix, P&I matrix. Okay. Now, if at all you're going to use the, let's say you want to include urgency as a third criteria. So you have a particular risk A. Okay, so this risk A have, let's say, probability, impact, urgency. High probability, high impact, but low urgency. You have another risk B, low probability, low impact, high urgency, right? Now, where would you place A? High probability, high impact. This is A, correct? But how do you show urgency? High urgency, right? For which, what do? They use a bubble chart. So they may use 3 sizes of bubble. If it is a 3 scale, 3 size. If it is a 5 scale, 5 size of a bubble. So small bubble means low, moderate, and high. So what is the urgency for A? Low or high? Low. So I will use a small bubble. Okay. For B, low probability, low impact. So which zone it will come? Green zone. But the urgency is high. So big bubble B. Okay. This is called as what? Bubble chart. Please write it down. If you have 3 criteria, the visual model is called as bubble chart or hierarchical chart. This is otherwise called as hierarchical chart. If you're using more than 2 criteria, okay, more than 2 criteria, which is 3 or 4 or whatsoever, more than 2 criteria, the visual model is called as, the visual model used is a bubble chart. This hierarchical chart. So here I am showing it with color code. You can even show without color code. That is your choice. Okay. I'll show you without. I think I have something. So it's a bubble chart. Okay. Here they are not showing the color code, but the position will tell you low area, moderate area, high area. Okay, with or without color code, but we prefer always color codes. Bubble chart. If you are doing this, if you are creating a P&I matrix, or if you are placing the risk on the P&I matrix, or if you are coming up with the exposure score, where are you? Qualitative analysis. In qualitative analysis, what are the tools? P&I matrix, bubble charts, these are the tools, and the risk exposure score, as simple as that. All right. Quantitative analysis, as we told you that quantitative analysis, you will not see any tools and techniques in the exam because that's out of our scope, right? But if at all you get a question on quantitative analysis, you may get a question like this. You have in your project 4 risks. Risk A is a threat, risk B is opportunity, risk C is a threat, risk D is a opportunity. Probability of risk A is 50%, 20%, 30%, 50%. Impact is $5,000, $10,000, $50,000, $10,000. What is the net EMV of this project? Very simple question. What is the net EMV of the project? What is EMV? How do you calculate EMV? Expected monetary value, just now we wrote P times I. That's it. What is the net EMV of the project? What is P times I? 2,500 plus or minus?
Plus.
Why?
Minus.
Threat means what? Minus. Here?
2,000.
15,000.
Minus 5,000 plus.
So now calculate the net. Minus 3,500, minus 4,000, because 2,500, sorry, 15,000. 17,000. 17,500 plus 7,000, correct? Minus or plus? Minus 9,500. So you should be very careful in this minus plus only. That alone, be very careful. Here I have directly told you threat opportunity. In your examination, they may give directly threat or opportunity, or instead of this ABCD, they may give you a statement. From the statement, you should understand whether it is a threat or a opportunity. For example, if they say an incentive bonus, you will save time, then it is opportunity. If they say delay, inflation, then this may lead to, you will be very easily identifying that. And then accordingly, you have to calculate it. And also in the question, you have to see whether they are asking EMV of the project. Sometimes they say net EMV, sometimes they don't say net EMV. Sometimes they simply say EMV of the project. If the EMV of the project, this is how you do. Add all the threats and add all the opportunities and take the net. Sometimes they tell you EMV of the threat. Then the answer is minus 17,500. EMV of the opportunity. So all the three answers you will see. You have to be a little careful. That's it. This question is, if this question comes, you have to definitely get it right. Okay.
Quantitative only this.
Not much, not more than this. So they may ask you basic question. What is quantitative? Quantitative is optional. Quantitative is numerical or mathematical. What are the, you can even write this one. What are the quantitative techniques? Probability distribution, although we are not going to see any of them. Probability distribution, simulation, sensitivity analysis, otherwise called as tornado diagram. So these are the popularly used quantitative analysis technique, but that is out of our syllabus. I have included some examples for them in my notes, just in case if you are little, want to know what is exactly this. I've included some diagrams in my notes, but for the exam, that's not required. Earlier, they used to ask, before 2021, they used to ask a question on decision tree. Okay, but nowadays they're not asking decision tree questions. Decision tree is very simple. If you are using EMB to pick a decision, for example, you have two jobs. Okay, you can either pick job A or job B. You have two offer letters. So you are now deciding whether to go for A or to go for B. You have to do multiple analysis, but one of the analysis is what? EMB analysis. For example, you are identifying whatever is the opportunity and threat of A and whatever is the opportunity and threat of B. For example, you have risk A and B related to job A and the risk A and B related to job B. Okay, but it is risk which you're not sure. It is not a benefit that you're very sure of. It's only an uncertain event. Think that A is a opportunity and B is a threat. And A is an opportunity, B is a threat. So for risk opportunity, this probabilities, this is subjective or it can be numerical. So I'm taking anyway 60% opportunity, and this is like 40%, 60%, 40%. So if this opportunity comes in, your gain per year is $10,000. If threat comes in, you may lose, let's say, $2,000 per year. If whatever range of time you are taking, it should be uniform. Opportunity per year here is $20,000. Threat, if this threat happens, then the loss could be 3,000. Now, what is the EMV of job A? Sorry? 60% of 10,000 is 6,000. 40% of 2,000 is minus. It is minus how much?
800.
800. So what is the net EMV here?
5,200.
5,200.
5,200 plus or minus?
Plus.
Here? Yeah, here?
2,000.
60,000.
So 12,000. 12,000 and 1,200. So it will be 10,800.
Okay, which job you will take? Okay, if you do this is called as what? Decision tree. Today, your AI tools, machine learning, right? In machine learning, they are using decision tree as one of the algorithms. Sometimes, the websites may recommend you, certain things, right? So based on what? There is an internal algorithm. Actually, your artificial intelligence is nothing but what? Multiple algorithms. Okay, that's how they, based on your browsing history probably. Okay, so one of the algorithms that machine learning uses is what? Decision tree. So decision tree, if you're doing a decision tree, qualitative or quantitative? Quantitative, because EMV comes under what? Quantitative. So this also comes under what? Quantitative analysis. So when you want to pick a decision, of course, you have to do a lot of other analysis, return on investment, payback period. In addition to that, you can do what? EMV. Anyway, this kind of questions are, I have given some examples in your notes also. Okay, but these kinds of questions are not come because, as I told you, calculation based questions has been greatly reduced. So these questions are not coming in the exam. Right. Whether it is qualitative or quantitative, whatsoever it is. Finally, what do you want to do? Why are we doing qualitative or quantitative analysis? You want to prioritize. Which one is red zone? Which one is amber zone? Which one is green zone? Red zone means high priority, or you can say high impact, high probability, right? Now, there is a document called as watch list. So in this watch list, which risk you will put it under? Red zone or amber zone or green zone? We usually, it looks like, you know, watch list means red zone, right? Green zone. Write this down. What is meant by watch list? The low probability and low impact risks are called as watch list risks. Okay. Low probability, low impact. Why is it called as watch list?
So there is no action plan for this.
No action required, just watch, observe. Keep it under you remember low power, low interest stakeholder. What would you do with them? Monitor. Just monitor, right? Similarly, here it is. This is the list to monitor. You don't have to use because your reserves are need not to be used for these risks. Okay. So in your exam, when they say watch list, okay, you have to immediately what should come to your mind? Low probability and low impact risk. Right. So the idea why you prioritize why you do analysis is to prioritize so that you can accordingly respond. So now we are coming to the next process. What is the next process? Plan risk responses. What do you have written?
Develop strategies, opportunities, and threats.
Develop strategies for opportunities and threats. So there are 5 strategies for opportunities and 5 strategies for threats. So this is where this particular process, read it twice, particularly from your 6th edition. Your 7th edition do not have enough information about risk management. You can read 7th edition, but do only final reading. Maybe I think hardly 4 or 5 pages only. It's a risk management in 7th edition. So after you read the 6th edition, do it like a revision in the 7th edition. But for risk management, read the 6th edition. Okay, that is more important. 6th edition or my notes whatsoever. Okay. So this 5 strategies, read it twice. So the 5 strategies I recommend in the same order. Avoid, mitigate, accept, transfer, escalate. These are 5 strategies for threats. And the strategies for opportunities are exploit, enhance, accept, care. We should clearly understand the difference because there is very tricky questions asked in this area. Okay, now let me give you a definition first and then we'll take an example. Okay. Avoid. Avoid means eliminate the risk. Eliminate the risk means reduce the probability to 0%. What is the probability of an uncertainty? What is the range of a probability of an uncertainty? More than 0, less than 100. If it is not uncertain, what is the probability sun will rise in the west? 0, which means it is not uncertain, it is certain. Certainly, if it certainly does not happen, it is 0. If it is certainly, what is the probability the sun will rise in the east? 100%. So these are fact. So what are you doing? You are converting the risk into a fact, correct? We will talk about this, okay? So, but remember, avoid means what? Reducing the probability to 0%. But mitigate means reduce the probability or impact or both. But we did not tell you how much percentage, which means how much ever is possible. Accept. Acknowledge. No action. Acknowledge but no action. Transfer. Involve another party or transfer it to another party, maybe to a supplier, maybe to somebody else. Escalate. Report to the hierarchy, to the next in the hierarchy. Let us take an example, okay, for all. Okay, keep this definition in front of you. Okay, keep this definition in front of you. And I'm going to, let's take a very simple example and you will tell me what are we doing. Okay. Say you are in a home and every single day you go for a walk in the evening and you use this as an exercise to walk and also you do your grocery shopping. This is your routine. Okay. One fine day, maybe in the month of November or January, you see a lot of dark clouds. You decide to go as usual because you think that there are dark clouds, but I don't think it will rain. Or even if it rains, I still enjoy rain. Let me do my activity as usual. What are you doing? Accept. What is meant by accept? You know, you acknowledge. Acknowledge means what? You are not ignorant of the risk. You know that this risk is there, but still you decide to take the risk without any preventive action or prevention. Why did you do this? When would you do this? When the risk is a low probability and low impact. So either you think that there is a very less chance, maybe it is you are seeing a dark cloud probably in the month of May. It is just a fake or a, what do you call? Dark cloud. It may not really rain. Or you think that how much it is going to rain in UAE? Probably how many centimeters? Millimeters, not a centimeter, right? So how much is going to rain? So at least rarely it rains. Let's enjoy. If that is your case, what does it mean? You're accepting it. So in a project, if it is a low probability or a low impact, if it's a watch list risk, what do? That is why it's called as watch list. So you may do what? Accept. Scenario 2, you decide to go with an umbrella. What are you doing? Sorry, mitigate. What is mitigate? Reduce the probability or impact or both. Here, can you reduce the probability? No. It is out of your hand. What you can reduce? Impact. How are you reducing the impact? Through an umbrella. But you have to buy the umbrella, right? Money comes from where? Reserve. The money that you are using to buy the umbrella is from the reserve. If it is a known risk, it is contingency reserve. It is an unknown risk which have come beyond your imagination, then the management have to allocate a reserve from their management reserve. All right. Oh, you decided to stay at home. I don't want to go out. Avoid. What is meant by avoid? Reduce the probability to. If you don't go out, will you get drenched? There is a 0% probability you will get drenched. In other words, avoiding means avoiding the activity itself. Avoiding the risk, how can you reduce the probability to 0? When you avoid the activity itself. Sometimes when you do a feasibility study, the management may say, no, let us not go ahead with the project. Why do they do this? They avoid. When would you do avoid? The threat is high. Maybe you are already allergic to, you have a wheezing trouble, or you are very allergic to rainwater, or maybe it is a COVID season. You don't want to take a risk, right? Then you may, or probably it is India, okay? Mumbai, probably on a June month. Okay, maybe you want to, okay, there they know because they have high immunity. Anyway, you think that the threat is very high or at least high for you. But when you decide to mitigate, when would you decide to mitigate? When would you decide to avoid? Mitigate also for high risks and medium risks. And avoid is particularly for high risks. But why you decide to mitigate sometimes and why you decide to avoid sometimes?
Avoid is
depends upon what? Based on impact and based on your controllability on the impact. Okay, for example, if you think that I have the ability to buy the umbrella, first of all. Okay, I have the enough budget for me to buy the umbrella. Then I may decide to mitigate it. Or I already have the umbrella, which I can use it. Or even though there is an umbrella, I'm still okay with the cold breeze. And there is some impact, but that remaining impact, I'm still okay with it. But if the impact is very, very high on you and you do not have enough money or enough immunity to handle that remain also, what would you do? You would decide to avoid, right? So your controllability on that risk, on that high risk also matters. You decide to send your spouse. When you are transferring, it may come with what? A transfer fee. She may tell you, okay, you take her from the dinner. I will go to the grocery and come back, right? So you have to pay a fee for it. For example, you are transferring to a contractor, you have to pay the contractor. Or if you are sending insurance, if you are taking an insurance also comes under what? Transfer. Warranty. Sometimes you call for you will pay extra for a warranty because they will bear if there is a damage. But you are paying directly or indirectly for that warranty, right? So all those comes under what? Transfer. What is the difference between transfer and escalate? When would you, okay? Hierarchy. Okay. No, this is not report. This is like escalate. Escalate means it is no longer your risk. Now it will be the risk of the program manager or the portfolio manager. That's what it means escalate here. Okay, escalate means you do not have the, as he said, you do not have the authority. Then escalate. Transfer is when you do not have the capability. When you transfer a risk, is it your risk or not?
Yes.
It is still your risk. It is still in your risk register. You have to monitor this. Even if you have transferred to a contractor, still you will monitor how the contractor is taking care of it. So, but when you escalate it, it is not your risk anymore. When provided that party acknowledges it. If the escalation, if the other party did not acknowledge it and if they don't accept it, the escalation is not complete. If it is escalated successfully, you don't have to include this in your review session. According to the PMBOK Guide 6th edition, you don't have to review the escalated risk. Right? So you do not have the authority. So maybe it is a program level risk, it is a portfolio level risk, but somebody identified this risk. So you have identified this risk, but you know it is a program level risk. You will not just say, okay, it's not. You have to report to the necessary people. Okay. Anyway, you are in that system, right? So that's the difference between avoid and mitigate and accept and transfer and escalate. Do we get it?
So once you escalate it, you will remove from the list.
You can say closed. Once they take escalation, you can say the risk is closed according to you. Actually, there are, if you're using a tool, you're using a risk management tool, so sometimes what happens, if you're using a tool, and let's say in your risk log, somebody have added this risk. And now what you have done, you have escalated it. So you say escalate, so it will show escalated to, the status will be escalated to program manager. The moment you click escalate and your program manager says accept, then it will automatically be transferred to whose risk register? Program manager risk register. In yours, it will show like escalated to the program manager.
So it can come back after some time, the decision change or something.
Maybe if you are becoming a program manager or your authority increases, then they may, you have to, it may come back. But as of now, it is not there.
Acceptance and criteria, the program manager does not accept.
Which means why he does not accept? Because he thinks that is your risk. Who will take the decision? They, because that person is above you, right? So if they say that, no, it is not my risk, it is your risk, then it is still in your what? In your risk register. Even if the decision is pending, it is still whose risk? Your risk. Do we get that? Okay. Now, let's say you are trying to introduce the market have come up with a new technology. Okay, so there is a new technology that have come in the market. Okay, you are already working on a product. You are already working on a project trying to create a product. Now, you are already in the mid of the project. Now you have to introduce this new technology, or you decide not to introduce this new technology, or what's it. But as this is a new technology, as you are not very sure about the results, you have decided to build a prototype and test the prototype in a simulated environment. Test it in the lab before you introduce this technology. What are you doing here? Avoid, accept, mitigate, mitigate. What is this? Mitigate. What is mitigation? Prepare before you take that particular risk. Okay, that's or prevent any failure. That's what you call as what? Mitigate. So building a prototype, are you avoiding it? No. What is meant by avoid? If you decide not to go with the technology, let me go with my old technology, it is avoid. Are you accepting it? What is accepting? If you incorporate the technology without any preparation, it is called as what? Accept. Are you transferring it? Are you asking another supplier to integrate this technology in your company? No. Are you escalating to your program manager? No. What are you doing? You are doing enough preparation before you implement it. So what are you doing? Mitigate. Okay. So whenever you're looking at a question like this, check, is this avoid? Think about it. Think about the definition. Is this mitigate? Is this transfer? Is this escalate? Okay. Although your gut feeling says it is mitigate, but still what you do, try to eliminate. Is it avoid? No. Is it accept? No. Is it transfer? No. Right. So accordingly, be careful. Many questions are very straightforward. Some questions are slightly tricky. Right. Now look at the opportunity. Any questions here? Are we clear about this? Are you very clear about the differences? Now you look at this opportunities. Exact opposite. Exploit means, what is the exact opposite of avoid? Exploit means what? I mean, what is the exact opposite of eliminating the risk? Sorry? Sorry? Deal with the risk. This is an opportunity. Increase the probability to what? 100%. In other words, ensure the happening. Actually, there are two ways to look at exploit. I will tell you finally. Okay, increase the probability to 100%. Here they are not talking about impact, because they're worried about more about what? The probability. I want this opportunity for sure. How much profit it brings, that is later. But at least I want to take up this opportunity. You are very desperate to take that opportunity. That's what you call as exploit. But anyway, we will talk about the two perspectives of exploit, because in some books exploit is given in a little different way. In some books exploits are given in a different way, but we have to look at this. Enhance, exactly opposite to mitigate. Increase the probability or both to whatever extent possible. Okay, here also we don't say how much percentage. Increase the probability or impact or both. Accept, acknowledge, action. We never say transfer the opportunity. What do we say? Share the opportunity. Involve another party. Share the profit. Escalate, maybe this is not your project level opportunity, maybe it is a program level opportunity. So move up in the hierarchy. Move the risk up in the hierarchy. Accept, share, and escalate are very clear. But this two, what is the difference we have to understand? What 6th edition says? Okay, let us first understand that. Exploit, enhance. Sometimes you can call it enhance, or you can say elevate. Exploit it or elevate it. Okay, what is the difference? Exploit means within the existing resources. First of all, whatever you have, exploit it first. Exploit in a good way. Okay, use whatever you have. Okay, exploit to the fullest means what? Whatever resources you have, first exploit towards fullest. So use your existing resources. This is called as exploit. Enhance is go an extra mile. For example, your customer says that if you deliver 2 weeks early, you will get a bonus. So you want to use this opportunity. 2 weeks early means bonus. So as of now, you have got 2 design engineers. So if you work with the 2 design engineers, you will take how many months? 1 month to finish this project, but the customer says 2 weeks early. So if you finish it in 2 weeks, he can give you a bonus. Now what you do, you don't want to increase the resources, but you want to see how I can simplify the process, how I can eliminate the non-value added activities. Can I give a little overtime? Okay, so if you do that within your existing resources, you try whatever is possible. It is called as what? Exploit. Whereas enhance means, let me add one more resource, or let me introduce a new sophisticated software. You're doing some investment, okay, for that. If you do that, that's called as what? Elevate or enhance. Do we get this? Exploit means use the existing resources. Enhance means go 1 mile extra. This is one way to look at it. Another way to look at it is, exploit means, what is the definition? Increase the probability to 100%, which means you are very desperate to take the opportunity. In other words, for example, there is a government tender for Neon 2030. Okay, you are ready to even quote at a break even, because you want to be a part of that project. You're not worried about how much profit you will earn, but what are you worried about? You're worried about, I want to take that opportunity because my brand image will increase. So here, what are you worried about? You're worried about the probability. You want to get that. You're ready to quote even at the lowest, or only with a very, very slightest margin. So that you want to increase the probability to 100%. No chance that other contractors will quote to that a less extent. So this is also called as what? Exploit. Exploit means very desperate to take the opportunity, although you're not really worried about the impact. This is another way to look at it. Okay, that's the difference between exploit and enhance. Accept. Customer told me 2 weeks early I will get a bonus, but the bonus is only 0.5%. I don't want to break my head. Let it come. If it comes, let it go. If it goes, this is a very, very micro profit to me. This is called as what? No action. When would you do this? Again, if the opportunity is very, very less, or the probability of getting that opportunity is very, very less. Sometimes children does like this. You give them a target, which is an unfinishable target. They don't do it. Okay. You may announce a reward. They may say, leave it. Okay. Anyway, this target is not achieved. So this is also when you do that, the opportunity is less, very less probability to achieve this. You don't want to break the head. Let me focus on elsewhere. That's accept. Share. Share is, there is an opportunity, but you alone do not have a capability. You want to join hands with somebody else, joint ventures. So company A have technology, but no distribution channel. Company B have distribution channel, but no technology. They both come hand in hand. Okay, so they both together become a partner and take the opportunity. Many EdTech companies, marriage between education and technology companies. Institutes have content. Technology companies have IT platforms. So now they come together and go for a EdTech companies like Unacademy. Unacademy is nothing but what? Two set of teams. One was good in technology. Maruti Suzuki. Suzuki had technology. Maruti had distribution channels. Right. So these were, sharing the opportunity, sharing the profit. Escalate. It is not project level opportunity. It is a program level opportunity, or a opportunity for the business, not for the project manager. So I will escalate it to my portfolio manager. So one of my team members have identified the opportunity, but it is not in my authority. So you decide it. So it is not necessary that you have to mitigate all the negative risks, and you need not to exploit or enhance all the positive risks. Okay, prioritize and accordingly develop the strategy, and then accordingly develop the action plan. Do we get this? So where would you update this? Again in the risk register. So here you would update what? Whether it is avoid or accept or mitigate or transfer. And then if it is avoid, you have to give a justification. Mitigate means what is the action plan. Transfer means what is your transfer plan. Okay. If it is an opportunity, it can be exploit, enhance, transfer, share, or escalate. And if it is mitigate or transfer, how much of the contingency reserve you are going to use it, how much money is required to implement the mitigation plan. Right. Now, whenever you are preparing a mitigation plan or any response plan for that matter, identify secondary risks and residual risks. That is the last topic in risk management. What is secondary risk? Definition says this. The definition says the risk that emerge due to a response plan, write it down, the risk that emerge for secondary risks. The risk that emerge due to a response plan for a primary risk is called as the risk that emerge due to a response plan for a primary risk is called as secondary risk. What do you have written? So there is a risk called as primary risk. Okay, risk A. For this primary risk, you're trying to put a response plan or a mitigation plan. And because of the response plan, there is another risk. That risk is called as what? Secondary risk. For example, somebody have the risk of heart attack. Because for this, they are, taking blood pressure tablets. Because of the continuous intake of blood pressure tablets, kidney failure. This is called as what? Secondary risk. Side effect of the response plan. To eliminate the accidents due to elevation, scaffolding is done. Scaffolding may collapse. What is that? Secondary risk. Do we get it? So whenever we put a mitigation plan, because whatever risk related to the mitigation plan, we have to identify that, and we have to again what? Put a mitigation plan over the mitigation plan. What is residual risk? Definition. Take the definition. Any question here? Secondary risk, do we understand?
So register primary risk, we have to consider secondary risk.
Yes, whenever you prepare a response plan, we have to consider the secondary risk related to a response plan. For example, you want to conduct a party, okay, outdoor party. This is your project. The risk is the rain may come and collapse your party. Or you want to protect your delegates, you put a tent. When you decide to put a tent, you have to prepare for any mishaps in a tent. Your tent may get fire, your tent may collapse, the children may trip over the tent. So what do you have to do? You have to have a fire extinguisher. Or you have to ensure that the tent is made of good material. Or you have to have warning signs ready near the poles, right? So whenever you have a mitigation plan, whatever risks that can happen because of the mitigation plan, you should prepare for that also, right? So this is response plan for the secondary risks. You get it? residual risk. Write it down. Remain of the primary risk. Remain of the primary risk. Remain of the primary risk even after implementing the response plan. Remain of the primary risk even after implementing the response plan. This is called as what? Residue. Residue means what? Remain. Correct? Now here, same example. Somebody had the risk of heart attack. They put the blood pressure tablet. The side effect is kidney failure. That is secondary risk. But just because somebody intakes blood pressure tablet, will it completely remove the probability of heart attack? Maybe they have to have proper sleeping habit. They have to have proper diet, right? Other things, because the remain depends upon how much probability they have. For example, initially they had a probability of 60%, which is a very high probability. Maybe after the blood pressure tablets, maybe their probability may come down to 40% or 30%, but still it is still very high. So they have to do additional things like, proper sleeping or diet, less carb diet, or physical exercises, meditation, etc., right? So because the blood pressure, the heart attack is the primary risk, 60% is the primary risk. What is the remain? 30% probability is remain. Okay, so remain of the primary risk, even after implementing the response plan. Sometimes for larger risks, one response plan is not enough. So you put a response plan, and you will actually in the FMEA also, what do they do is, so in this FMEA, what do they do? So here they have put a response plan, right? For a large risk, they have put a response plan. And once they do a response plan, what happens? It will go to risk expert team. Risk expert team will, after they implement the response plan, what will be the probability impact they will identify. For example, if the probability and the impact have come down to 5, and then this is 5, and this is 4, let's say. So 5 times 4, how much is that? 25 times 100. 100 is still what? High, right? So what do? They have to say, after this response plan, the remain is from 196, it has come down to 100. It is still high. So add additional plan. So we have to do additional mitigation plan till it comes down to less than 90 or less than 100. So what is this called as? Plan for the remain. If the remain is high, you don't have to do it for everything. Only if the remain is still high, then you have to have response plan for the residual risk. Okay. So when you are preparing a plan, prepare first primary plan, and prepare fallback plan, prepare plan for the secondary risk, prepare plan for the residual risks. Okay. Wherever applicable, whatever is applicable. You should not do too much of risk management also. We have less time. You have to concentrate on what? Value delivery, right? But for high risk, for example, if the project is like space mission, then the risk management is what? Quantitative risk analysis they do. Shipbuilding, quantitative, or skyscraper. They have to do detailed risk management, risk evaluation and risk management. Right, but if it is if your project budget and project complexity is very, very less, you have to do risk management. But the amount of time and money that you spend should not be like 50% of your project time and budget. Okay, should be only within your 5% to 10% of the time and money only you can spend on what? Risk management. To be aware of that. So we'll have a break, and we'll meet at what time? Tomorrow, next class. Very big time. Of course, health risk, safety risk. Like we have commercial technical management, you can put safety risk under technical risk. What time you're coming back?
2:40.
2:35, 15 minutes.
But what project manager will do? He will update this stuff. The role of project manager for risk management.
He is not just a data manager. Okay. He has to ensure that the team are brainstorming. He will conduct a brainstorming session. Or if you have a big team, then you have to ensure your team leaders are conducting risk review sessions or they are updating the risk brainstorming session, update the risk register, assign the risk owner, periodically revise what is the probability impact, what is the mitigation plan, whether the mitigation plan is implemented. The complete role is project manager's ultimate authority.
Because normally in construction industry, I am related to the building, new buildings. So here we just do only the risk assessment in terms of safety and health. Not
I understand
like whatever this one.
Exactly. I understand that. That's what I'm saying. There's a huge gap. Risk here, many companies will do only construction companies. My experience is also safety related risk or technical risks. But risk is not only related to that. Financial risk, contractual risk. So of course, you as a project manager might be coordinating with multiple teams. Legal risks. Legal team should identify the legal risks, quality risks. Planning should also identify what risk related to the assumption. What is risk? If your assumptions go wrong, it is a risk. Whatever during the planning stage, whatever assumptions that they have, like availability of resources, material rate increase, decrease. So all these are also what risk. This should also be there in the risk register. But why they are following safety risk alone, you tell me? Because of the legal reason. Because the risk register is mandatory. So as the other things are like internal, people are not following that, but they do it in some organizations. Yes, they do it. Project risk, overall project risks.
I think there will be. I'll get this thing from.
Quality and procurement we would do. I'll see how long.
I didn't have this today, but
okay.
I'm trying to, some. Not the last.
Yes.
Yeah, it was very nice to meet you and have efforts with you. It's very helpful and efficient, and I appreciate the way you were leading this course.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So, if we want to set up for the exam and register, we check with further, right?
Yes, yes. Absolutely. They will guide you through it. But you have to little follow up in the beginning.
Expect to see me one more course and then
sure.
The exam.
Sure.
Okay.
So I hopefully I will finish it today itself. If at all it's spill over, no, it's okay. I have already. If it probably spill over to the next week, probably hardly half an hour to 1 hour. That's it.
Next week.
I will try to finish it as today,
Okay.
but let's see how people's motivation is.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Quality and resources.
Quality and procurement. Resources, only two topics are there. So let's do quality. If time doesn't permit, then we have to do procurement in the next class. All right. We will do procurement today because 1 hour we can finish procurement. Okay, but quality will take because I want to record a new video for quality. So I want to do because I want to give the quality tools video for the next because some problem with my existing video. So we will have to do a little elaborate in this class. So we will do the procurement now.
There will be one more session.
Yeah. Well, maybe 2 hours we may require extra. Is that okay? So instead of rushing quality because I want to record also. So we will do procurement now, and then quality alone will be remaining. Resources, only two concepts are there, two models are there, which we will do in next class. So next class, probably we'll finish it like 9 to 11. So procurement management within the people have gone for this one. Can you please post the message? The session is started. Please come. Guys online, I hope all of you are here.
Yeah.
Yes.
So procurement, according to the 6th edition, they have given 3 processes under procurement. Actually, in the last edition, there were 4 processes because they have given close procurements as a separate process. But in this edition, close and control, they are just because they did not differentiate it separately. So plan procurement management, conduct procurements, control procurements. So when it comes to procurement management for the examination, 2 important things. First of all, we should know in each and every process, what are the activities? What happens in plan procurement? What happens in conduct? What happens in control? This we should know. Number 2, we should know the contract types. What are the different contracts are there? And which contracts are suitable for agile in particular. So that is our main focus. So first, let us talk about plan procurement management. I'm not going to give a description because we are going to enter into, because there are no much things to discuss. So we'll directly enter into the process. Okay. The first process is plan procurement management. So procurement means, what is procurement? When would you say something is, what activities comes under procurement? Acquiring. Inquiring. Okay, inquiring. Preparing a scope of work. So we are going to start from the very beginning. Even before you start inquiring, first we will start with make or buy analysis. Conducting a make or buy analysis also comes under procurement activity. although it is pre-procurement. So from there we can start. So if you identify some part of your work, it could be a material, it could be some part of the work. So before you outsource it, you're first thinking whether can my team do it by themselves, or do I have to really appoint a supplier or give it to a contractor? What are your considerations to buy rather than making it? Making means you're doing it by your own team. Buying means you're going to outsource it. When would you decide to outsource? When your team is, okay, cost is a consideration. So cost of buying is cheaper than, cost of making. This could be a consideration then. Schedule considerations. So you don't have much time, so you can directly buy something ready-made. Okay. Then your capability or skill, of the resources. So if you feel that resources are not locally available, or those skills or expertise are not available, then you can go for it. Then what else? Could be the pardon? It could be a customer preference. For customer says this particular material you should get from only this brand. Customer's brand preference. Maybe you're a construction company, you have your own tile unit, but your customer says we want the flooring work, or this has to be procured only from this brand, or yeah. What else? It could simply be strategic consideration. Your company simply don't want to enter into that business. Their focus is not that work. Quadra Plus is printing a lot of books. They don't have to start a printing company for it. Maybe they don't want to focus their effort there. So this could be strategic consideration. Okay. So whatsoever is the consideration, usually, even though you consider many things, one of the primary consideration is what? Cost consideration. So you may decide to buy. So this is the first step. So once you decide to buy, then only the real procurement activities will start. So the once you decide to buy, procure that item or outsource the work, the next thing that you have to do is prepare procurement SOW or TOR. What is SOW? Scope of work or statement of work. So often PMI don't use the term scope of work, they use the word statement of work. What is TOR? Terms of reference. So in product industry, they call it as scope of work or statement of work. In service industry, we call it as what? Terms of reference. So this should be ready. And then be ready with independent estimates. Independent estimates means buyer side estimate. If you are the buyer here, your side estimate. The buyer may directly do the estimate with their own team. Sometimes they may appoint a third party estimator. What is the use of independent estimate? Your vendor may give the quote, right? But why you want to do your side estimate? To compare with them. Usually we will do it for a considerable amount of work. If the work is little, the procured, the contracted work is little large, then what do? We do the independent estimate. Because you can compare with the quote. So if there's a huge difference between your estimate and the quote, what could be the reason? Just started. What could be the reason? The reason could be maybe they did not understand the scope of work properly, or the way that you have defined the scope of work, maybe there are some ambiguities. So you may have to recall the tender and give it back. So to understand that whether your buyers and you are in the sellers are in the same understanding. So it is always good to have an independent estimate, particularly if the work is little heavy, larger. And then scan seller market. Or you can say, in other words, identify potential sellers. What is monopoly?
Only one operator.
If only one supplier is available, you would say monopoly. Duopoly is two. Oligopoly,
Many.
not many, few. Okay. For example, so monopoly is, as you know, one supplier available. Duopoly is two supplier available. Oligo means what? Few, which means only not one, not two, more than two are there, but not many. Okay, we have still have got what? Less choices. For example, airlines. When you think about airlines, let's say in Emirates, there are not just one, there is not just two, there is more than two, but still few. You don't have much choices. So you will see that in oligopoly, what is the problem? The problem is if everybody increases the price, they will all increase. If they decrease, everybody will decrease. So you have choice, but not too many choices. There will be a lot of lobby around this. In an oligopolic market, a new entrant, it is very difficult for them to enter. If there are many suppliers, then you would say free market. Multiple suppliers in all grades, in all prices. Okay. So if it is a monopoly or duopoly or oligopoly, the bargaining power, the negotiating power of the buyer is less. If it is a free market, your negotiating power is high. So you have to understand like what is your market. Sometimes if there is no available suppliers of your choice, maybe you have to go for an overseas supplier. So this is to understand whether you have, how is your local seller market. So do a little analysis over there. And then determine procurement strategy. Procurement strategy means identifying the contract type, identifying the delivery method, or you can say engagement level. It is suitable for that particular product or service. What is this contract type or engagement level or delivery method? Let us understand that. I'll take a side topic here. I'm not going to explain it fully. Anyway, contract type, we have to discuss it in detail. But I'll tell you what are contract types or what is delivery method. So contract type can be broadly divided into three types. Fixed price contract, cost plus contract, and time and material contract. We will discuss it after we finish these three process activities. We'll discuss this. So you have to choose whether it is fixed price or cost plus or which is suitable, or it can even be a combination. If you have a large amount of work, some part of the work is fixed price, some part is cost plus, some part could be T&M. If it is agile project, there are other types also. Actually, there are subtypes also. In fixed price, there are three subtypes. Firm fixed price, fixed price plus incentive, fixed price with economic price adjustment. Okay, firm fixed price plus incentive, fixed price plus economic price adjustment. Okay, similarly, cost plus also have subtypes. Cost plus fixed fee, cost plus percentage of cost, cost plus percentage of cost, cost plus fixed fee, cost plus percentage of cost, cost plus award fee. Okay. Firm fixed price plus incentive, fixed price with economic price adjustment. When it comes to cost plus fixed fee, cost plus percentage of cost, cost plus award fee. Time and material. Another subtype of time and material is capped T&M. T&M means time and material. Capped T&M. Okay. So let us finish this here itself. Anyway, I have started. So let us take one by one. First of all, let us understand the basic difference. So the first one is fixed price. Next one is, what's the next one?
Cost plus.
Cost plus. Fixed price. And then cost plus. Actually, cost plus is a colloquial name. The terminology is cost plus reimbursable. Sorry, cost reimbursable. Cost reimbursable, otherwise called as cost plus. Time and material. So let us understand the difference between in the examination, in the current examination after 2021. They are not asking much questions on the subtypes. Okay. Earlier there used to be a lot of questions on subtypes, but now they're asking only basic questions on the basic types. But anyway, we will discuss. So you have to be very clear about these three differences. What is a very common name for fixed price? Lump sum. So fixed price can otherwise be called as a lump sum contract. In a lump sum, the customer comes up with the fixed scope. So the customer says, this is the scope of work. I want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 materials, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 work to be done. And when the customer comes up with a clear scope, you can give a clear budget. So you give a clear budget. Okay, this is my budget. And that budget is what? Cost or price? Price. Because you will add a margin. Right? So you will give a with margin. Okay, this is my price. So for example, if you say $10,000 is the worth for this work. Okay. Now, when you signed the contract, you signed it for how much? $10,000, which includes your margin also. Suddenly, the material rate increased in the market. Who will bear the pain? Yeah, buyer or seller? Seller, right? So you will say it is a seller risk. If the market price goes down, material rate go down, who will take the benefit? Risk. It is not only threat, it is also opportunity. Okay, so that is why they say fixed price is whose risk? Seller risk. Good or bad, the risk here means what? Fluctuation. The fluctuation will be borne by who? By the seller, I mean contractor, vendor. Okay. Now let us take cost plus. Why is it called as cost? Here you can say fixed price. Why? Because we are usually giving a commitment of what? Price. So the customer many a times do not know the margin. Okay, but in cost plus, for example, you want to build a customized house for you. The contractor, asks you, okay, can I, is the tile, we can choose it, right? You say, no, I will choose what kind of a floor I want. I will choose the wood. I will choose the roof type. I want a very customized luxury house. Now the contractor says, in that case, I cannot give you a commitment. We can do one thing. You pay me a contractor fee, and every material cost is you have to pay the actual cost. We can procure for you. We will provide you the receipts. You have to reimburse the actual cost. On top of that, you will add a margin for our work, right? For a customized luxury villa, maybe this could be the contract. So here what happens? Who have to pay the actual cost? All allowable actual costs will be paid by the customer. So you can say here buyer, right? Plus the customer will also have to pay what? The margin, which we are calling it as the fee, the contractor fee. So suddenly the material rate increased. Your initial estimate was, let's say, $1 million for your villa. Okay, that was your estimate. But suddenly the material rate have increased. Who will bear it? So it is buyer's risk. You wanted to finish that work in 10 hours, but that work have taken 40 hours. Who will pay the extra labor hour? Buyer. In a cost plus, it is all buyer. You are paying the labor rate in actual, material rate in actual, all in actual. Okay, your house project, instead of 3 months, if you would have taken 6 months, you have to pay the 6-month labor rate. Correct. Such a contract is called as what? Cost reimbursable. That's why who is reimbursing? The customer is reimbursing, buyer is reimbursing, right? Plus the margin have to be paid. How do they fix the margin here? It can be a percentage, it can be a fixed fee. Okay, it can be a percentage. Usually it is in a percentage, but it is not necessary. It can even be a fixed fee. So the contractor may say 10% on the budget estimate, or it can be like 100,000. Anything is okay. Time and material. So this contract is called as hybrid contract because it have the character of the first two contract. It has a fixed character also. It has a variable character also. For example, followed much in service industries. Somebody comes to you, you are a design company. Okay, they want a design work from you. So you tell them that this design work, our charge is $100 per hour. Okay. If we are able to finish it in, it looks like we will finish it in 40-50 hours. Okay. So if I finish it in 40 hours, $4,000. If I finish it in 45 hours, $4,500. If I finish it in 50 hours, it is $5,000. Now, in this, which one is fixed? The unit rate is fixed. What is not fixed? The total unit. Here it is hour. It can be square feet also. Okay, so in that case, we'll call it as what? Total unit. Unit rate is fixed, but the total unit is variable. Now, it is whose risk? Seller risk or buyer risk? Okay, let me ask you this question. Out of this three, which one is the most risky for the seller? Fixed. If the seller is not, if the fixed is not in the choice, which is the next risky to the seller? Time and material. Okay. Which is the most risky for the buyer out of the three? Cost reimbursable. If the cost reimbursable is not in the choice, T&M, right? So it comes time and material. So out of the three, the highest risk for seller is fixed price. But if this, which is the next risky for the seller? T&M. Why T&M is next risky for the seller? Anyway, customer is paying for the total units, no? Why is it risky? Here it is only hourly rate. But within this hour, what is indirectly included? Material, indirect costs. Here the customer is not individually paying for material cost or individually paying for example, you are a designer. If the design hour increases, the customer will pay. But suddenly the software cost increased. Who will pay? You will only have to pay. You understand? Or the transportation cost of your designer. Maybe you are giving the computation. Suddenly the transportation cost increased. Who will pay? Seller only have to pay. So it is not all the cost is borne by the customer. Only that hourly rate, which includes what? In this hour, we have indirectly included material cost, transportation cost, indirect cost. So, but in a way, when the hourly rate increases, the way you can say they are actually sharing. Okay. So that is why we say time and material is risky to the seller, but not as risky as fixed price. It is risky to the buyer, but not as risky as cost reimbursement. So it is that's why we call it as what? Hybrid contract. So if you are charging anything like per unit rate, that is why this contract, this is otherwise called as unit price contract. The other name for this is unit price contract.
You can also say remeasurable.
Is it remeasured? I have many people have asked for it, but is this remeasurable or is this remeasurable? Cost reimbursable, remeasurable, or how do you what do you do with remeasurable?
Remeasurable based on the quantity. Like the unit rate will be fixed based on the quantity. So it's a remeasurable.
In that case, it is remeasurable. Yeah, but when I ask some people who are asking this question, but sometimes they give an explanation which looks like cost reimbursable. So if that is the case, whatever you say, like based on the units increases, then it is a remeasurable contract. Yes.
Remeasurable has some range.
Yeah, it is capped. It is still T&M, but capped T&M. It's a subtype.
Variations.
It is subtype.
About
Here also we have. Here we are only discussing fixed cost reimbursement only on the basic concepts.
Yeah, but in the fixed price, if there is variation, it will be hugely impact the buyer.
But who will pay for the variation in the fixed price? This fixed price is
variation has to be paid by buyer.
Buyer only. Correct.
Variation
Has to be paid by the buyer only.
In the lump sum contract in civil engineering, the variation, there is a clause for the fixed price. So the client doesn't like to go, otherwise go for minor.
This was once a question. Out of this three, in which one vendor have to ensure a very strict change control system? Fixed price. Okay, because change, as you say, change control. If the change scope creep happens, who have to bear the brunt? It is the vendor. If there is a scope creep happens, what is scope creep?
Beyond the scope of the
Uncontrolled expansion, which means the scope change have escaped the process. That's what is meant by scope creep, correct? If it escapes the process, who will bear the brunt? The seller, because it's a fixed price, no?
Seller has to identify.
If the variation comes through a proper process, it is not scope creep, right? If a scope creep means what? An uncontrolled expansion, which means that is escaped the change control process. So who will bear the brunt? It is the seller, right? So they say that where the strict change control system is required, fixed price. Both the cases, it is good for the buyer also, good for the seller also. In which one administration burden for the buyer is high? Contract administrative burden is high in which of the, for the buyer is high in which one of them? Cost reimbursement. Why?
Because he has to pay.
He has to pay in actuals. So you have to do a lot of monitoring. He has to verify all the receipts, bills, whether the quantity is correct. whether the labor are efficiently working.
Need another staff for it.
Yes, that is why they have to require another company sometimes, okay, to manage if the contract amount is very, very high, right? So in cost reimbursable, the administrative burden for the buyer is high. Any other possible question here?
This contract type based on the American or the PMP standard. No, this part of the world is something different.
No, we are following American.
No, I'm telling you the why part. We are in the industry. This industry is not relating to this. We cannot put all the scope out here for this type of contract.
Sorry.
Now, if you take Dubai, for example, the contract types, not exactly the PMP standard.
No, that's what I'm saying. We are not. They are not doing it. We are going to go to the subtypes.
Yes,
We'll see.
it's all tailored method.
Yes, any for that. Even in US also, they don't follow exactly this.
This is their categorization.
No. That's what I'm saying. They are not saying that your contract will be pure. This pure, this pure. That they are saying that these are the variabilities. For example, forget about big contract. Even if you take a small project, for example, in India, to my knowledge, if you have to build your own house, either they will charge you square feet rate, correct? Square feet rate is which one? T&M. But they would say that kitchen will not come under square feet. Toilets will not come under square feet rate. Septic tank will not come under square feet rate. Overhead tank will not come under this. For this, what do they do? They put what? Cost plus. Because the material that you choose, it could be different. So for this, it is cost plus. Correct. So in any small project or big project, in every project, we have a combination of all the three.
Another hybrid.
Hybrid of hybrid. Correct. So here they are only saying theoretically they are explaining what is a fixed price, what is cost reimbursable, what is T&M. But you will choose what combination to use. Correct. Right from the beginning, for all the concepts, this is what they are saying. They have discussed separately what is agile practice. They have discussed separately what is predictive practices. You can mix match, right? They have spoke about WBS also, Gantt chart also. What is a standard? Widely followed practices is called a standard. Widely followed practices is given to you. You customize it. So here, FIDIC, head of it. So what is FIDIC? What is it?
This is a contract, the conditions, the procurement part, and there are many.
There are red book, yellow book. So depending upon the industry, FIDIC have given template, but are we really following exactly? It is only a model which you will customize it according to your. This is widely followed in UAE only, right? Although it is European, from where? France.
Yes.
France. So it's a European template only we are following. Widely followed a template here in UAE is what? FIDIC. But we are not exactly following that, right? We are customizing it and following it. Same case with anything. And of course, PMI's forte is not procurement management at all. They are discussing procurement management only under what? A small portion under project management. Otherwise, procurement management is a subject by itself. CPCM, CCCM, okay, CSCP. These are all separate certifications for contract management. Right.
Purely based on the predictive, right?
No, there is a. I think green book is for manufacturing. What book is for services? Blue. There is one separate book for services.
Is that agile part?
Yes. MSA, Master Service Agreement. This is followed in Agile. We'll talk about MSA finally, little bit. All right, now you take fixed price. So in fixed price, what is the basis What is the basic concept? The cost plus margin is given to who? The customer. The customer will not pay the cost in actual, and the customer will pay the cost plus margin based on the scope which is agreed upon, right? This is what you call it as fixed price. Now, sometimes there could be a little adjustment. Sometimes it could be, if it is a pure fixed price, you will call it as firm fixed price. What is the first subtype? Firm fixed price, shortly known as FFP. Okay, when it comes to fixed price, there are three subtypes: FFP, FPIF, FPEPA. FFP stands for what? Firm fixed price. FFP is firm fixed price. Firm fixed price means a pure form, no adjustment, nothing. Okay, cost plus margin. Any additional cost the seller have to pay. FPIF, fixed price plus incentive. Fixed price plus incentive, to be very short. Okay. In this contract, what happens is now the customer is little worried. Who's going to pay the cost? Who's going to pay the cost of production? Is the customer is going to pay the actual cost of production? Customer is paying the price within which cost is included, but the actual cost will be, the customer will not be billed for every single material, every single labor, right? The customer is now a little worried that what if this guy reduces the material cost, because I'm not going to choose the material. Okay, this person is going to choose the material. So what if this guy, in order to increase the margin, this person may go for a less quality material, right? Or this person, I have already, it is a price. What if this person is delaying my project because it's a fixed price? Now the customer thinks that let me have a incentive. Although I say incentive, the hidden term here is penalty also. Okay, so fixed price plus incentive or penalty, but in the type they don't call it penalty. So he's going to add an incentive or a penalty. So the customer says that, okay, you will cost plus margin together, I'm going to pay the price. So anything and everything that happens in the cost, you will take care of it. But I will also set some performance criteria. So you have to complete this project in the stipulated time. Okay, so the time is fixed. For example, let's take within 1 year, we have to complete this project. Plus or minus with the what is the deviation allowed? 2 weeks is the allowed deviation. So what is the ceiling limit? 1 year and 2 weeks maximum. If you go beyond this, there will be a penalty. If you deliver 1 month early, you will get an incentive. Okay. So the performance criteria here is based on what? Based on the schedule performance. Sometimes the performance criteria can even be quality performance, quality criteria. So if you meet all the criteria, or if the defect rate is, sometimes when you have too many units, if the defect rate is less than 5%, you will get an incentive. If it is more than 10%, you will get a penalty. Okay. So in addition to this price, the customer is calling for a penalty or incentive, and the penalty incentive performance criteria will be negotiated in the beginning of the contract. It is still fixed price, but with an incentive or a penalty. This is second subtype. Do we get this? The third subtype. This is widely seen in UAE. Not in UAE, wherever there is a construction or a product-based industry. FP, EPA. Any question to the second time? FP, EPA is fixed price with economic price adjustment. For example, here also what happens, the cost plus margin is given to the customer. The customer have to pay the price directly. The customer don't have to worry about what is the actual cost, except for few economic indicators. So in this, let us take a example, windmill. Our project is windmill. So we have told the contractor that you have to supply 100 windmills. Okay, what do you call that? Turbines, right? Wind turbines, you have to give us 100 wind turbines. Each wind turbine's price quoted amount is, let's say, $1 million. $1 million for every wind turbine. So this $1 million is what? It includes what? The cost of production plus the margin, right? It's a fixed price. Provided this $1 million is, the commitment is based on what? Based on today's copper rate, today's steel rate. So here the economic indicator is what? Copper rate and steel rate. So what the supplier says is, see, copper rate and steel rate is fluctuating. And copper rate and steel rate fluctuation, I can't completely bear it. So what happens is, you will pay me $1 million if there is no fluctuation in the copper rate, or if there is a fluctuation to a level of up to 2% fluctuation, this is the cost. But if the copper rate and steel rate goes beyond the 2%, in that 2%, you will bear 1%, I will bear 1%. If this is called as what? Fixed price with economic price adjustment. So here what do? They identify an economic indicator. What are economic indicators like copper, steel? What other items are there? Sorry? Gold. Then oil.
Even land price.
Pardon?
Land.
Land. Okay, but usually it is a fixed cost.
Okay.
You can include currency fluctuations. In IT industry, okay, when they are dealing with in IT industry, what I have seen is currency fluctuation can be borne by each other. So here it is not completely all the cost is borne by the buyer. It is still a fixed price based on one or two indicators related to your industry. The adjustment is made. This is called as what? Fixed price with an economic adjustment. So these are the subtypes of fixed price. If you want to go for a lump sum, you can go for a pure one, or you can go for a little variation one. All right. Now let's talk about cost plus. Cost plus, the subtypes are cost plus fixed fee. Very simple. Here the actual cost will be paid by who? The buyer. And the fee is fixed as a fixed number. The fee is a fixed number, like 100,000, 200,000. That is cost plus fixed fee, nothing more to discuss. Next one is cost plus percentage of cost. So here the actual cost will be borne by the buyer, and the fee is fixed as percentage on the maybe 5%, 10%. Percentage on what? On the actual cost or estimate. It depends. It can be estimate or it can be on the actual cost. When it will be on the estimate, when it will be on the actual cost. When the cost, for example, your initial estimate was 100,000. This is what? 100,000 is what? The estimate. And you fixed a percentage. The percentage for the fee is 10%. So how much is the fee? 10,000, right? So if the project is completed at 100,000, how much you will totally pay to your contractor? 110,000 you will pay. But how is this? This is percentage. Now, if the actual cost is not 100,000, if the actual cost is 150,000, how much you will pay as a fee? 15,000 or 10,000? It depends upon why it has shooted up. If the shoot up is because of scope addition, then what does it mean? It will be 15,000 because the estimate itself is increasing, correct? You have to re-estimate. But if the actual cost is because of inefficiency of the contractor, then it will not be what? It will be 10,000 only. It will not be 15,000, correct? It depends actually. So, so let us not, anyway, you don't have to worry about, whether this clarity is required. So it will be percentage. The fee is the fee is fixed as a percentage on the project cost. Whether it is actual cost or estimate, you can have ifs and buts, you can have conditions for it. This is the contract, this is the type where you'll have disputes. So here the fee is fixed as a fixed number. Here it is a fee is fixed as what? Percentage of the project cost. The next one, cost plus incentive fee. Did I forget that?
Award fee.
Another one is there, award fee. There are 4: cost plus fixed fee, cost plus percentage of cost, cost plus incentive fee, cost plus award fee. Maybe I missed that. So this is called as what? CPIF. So remember, when they say incentive, what is hidden? Penalty is hidden. Okay. Okay, concentrate here. Let us consider original cost plus. If the target is 100,000 and if the fee is 10,000, let us fix the fee as 10,000. Then what will be the reimbursement? 110,000. If the target is 120, I mean this is actual cost. Okay, actual cost. If the actual cost is 120,000 and the fee is 10,000, what will be the final investment? 130,000, right? So whatever is the target in the original pure cost plus. So even though the estimate is 100,000, if you finish it in 100,000, they will get 110,000. But if they, for some reason, if they are shooted up 120,000, the contractor will get 130,000. This is what cost plus is, correct? Now we are going to introduce an incentive or a penalty here. Let us keep the target as how much? 100,000. 100,000 is going to be our target. Target means initial estimate with no scope changes, nothing happening. It is a target. Now, if the cost is shooted up, who will bear? Generally who bears in this contract? Buyer have to bear. But now the buyer says that, see, if there is a shoot up, it might be because of your inefficiency. How do I control you? So let us share this. So the customer says that if it shoots up, I will take 90%, you will take 10%. So what is this called as sharing ratio? In the sharing ratio, the biggest will always be whose? Buyer, and the smallest will be whose? Seller. For example, instead of 100,000, if 120,000 is shooted up, okay, it has gone up to 120,000. Original target fee is how much? This is the target fee. Okay? 10,000 is the target fee. So how much is shooted up? 20,000. In 20,000, how much is seller ratio? 20,000 is shooted up, right? So what is seller ratio? 90-10. So 10 is the seller ratio. What is 10% on 20,000? 2,000. 2,000 is penalty or incentive? Penalty. That's I will reduce. Reduce from where? Reduce from the fee. So from the fee, now I will not pay 10,000 to the contractor. I'll pay how much? 8,000 to the contractor. Do you get it? What will be my final reimbursement? 120 plus 8. Anyway, the customer have to pay what? The actuals. But the margin, the target fee alone will not be 10,000 because I'm paying 20,000 extra, right? So reduce 2,000 from yours. What is this called as? This is called as cost plus incentive fee. When it will be incentive, for example, instead of 100, 90,000 project is over. Now, how much is the saved money? 10,000. In 10,000, what is the seller ratio? 10%. So 1,000. Now, how much we will get? Give 11,000. 1,000 we will add as a incentive because you saved me 10,000, right? 1,000 is your incentive. How much will be the final fee?
101.
So this will be paid to the final reimbursement.
101.
Sorry. 101. 90 plus 1,000. So it can be incentive if the or penalty. This is called as what? Cost plus incentive contract. The same contract is followed in Agile, but they call it as target cost contract. What they call it as? Target cost contract. Please write this down. Cost plus incentive fee contract. The same aspect, but it is called as what? Because they don't want to use the word penalty and all, right? So they call it as what? Target cost contract. Otherwise called as target cost contract. Widely used in Agile projects. Target costs.
But here in the cost, I mean, it's not material cost, right? Because the material cost is
there should be conditions. When it is penalty, when it is incentive, which way there will be conditions.
Sharing ratio is fixed for this one, 90-10.
No, 80-20 is also there. But when they go for 80-20 and all, they will keep a cap. For example, you cannot keep on reducing the fee, right? Yeah. So they will say incentive, but not more than 12,000. penalty, but not less than 8. So minimum fee will be guaranteed. If the minimum fee is not guaranteed, then it is cost plus award fee. We'll talk about that. But do we understand this one? In Agile projects, what do? So they cannot fix a target for the complete project. They will fix the target for the next MVP. For the next MVP, maybe because by the time they know the release in better, they will know better idea. So for this MVP one, our target to finish it is in 100,000. But here and there, it may go up and down. So your fee is 10,000. This is our target. But if at all it becomes, because of a labor rate or whatsoever, if it becomes 110,000, what do? They will renegotiate. They will sit and renegotiate. So can we give incentive or penalty? Or if it is a penalty, what is the conditions for it? They will not call it penalty. They will call it as what? Adjustment. Because we don't want to call it like in a negative term. So you achieve the target, you get your full. But if we don't achieve target, then we will investigate the reason. Based on the reason, we will renegotiate the fee. Okay. Anyway, this has to be paid. There is no loss for the seller. It is loss on the profit, you can say. Right. Right. The next one is cost plus award fee. Mostly followed in government projects. This is possible only if the buyer have a very strong negotiating power. Okay. Otherwise, this will not work out. This there's another name for this. This is otherwise called as conditional contract. I do not know whether there is any other name in UAE. You can let me know. So here it almost will look like cost plus incentive. So here what happens is, who will pay the actual cost? As usual, buyer will pay the actual cost. But the fee will be, they will keep the fee as base fee is 0. Maximum fee is, they will fix a number. For example, let us fix 10,000 as a. Anyway, the buyer will get, so the seller will get the actual cost fully reimbursed. But the fee can be anywhere between 0 to 10,000. They will set the conditions. So if the performance is satisfactory, you know how much will be paid? 10,000. Partially satisfactory, 5,000. Not satisfied, 0. Okay. What is satisfaction? Schedule satisfaction, quality satisfaction. But they cannot set all the conditions. It is not completely measurable. Some of the conditions are very subjective conditions. Although they say on-time delivery, although they say as per the scope, but many a times it includes what? Subjective, to our satisfaction, they say, right? So it is at the discretion of the buyer. What happens? It can even be 0 or it can even be maximum or anywhere between. But sometimes what do? They may not keep, although as per the theory, base fee can even be what? 0. But in many projects, they don't keep the base fee as 0. They will keep a very, very minimum, like probably like 1,000.
What kind of project is?
What kind of projects? Infrastructure projects. Okay.
But 0 cannot be there. It must be 100 even, like
That's what I'm saying.
Difference cannot be.
Base fee 0 is a very, very rare situation. Although by theory it is award, why they call it as award fee, although this, award looks like a very positive thing, right? But here award means the contract award is at the discretion of the buyer. That's what it means. Okay. So base fee usually nobody would accept for 0, but usually they will keep it very minimum, very, very minimum. Sometimes it can even be 10% on the total fee, not on the budget, total fee. So 10,000, what is the 10%? 1,000. That's what this is. This is
So
possible.
that 9,000 is penalty.
Yes.
Here, maximum penalty can go 10%.
That if you go, that is called as what? Cost plus incentive.
Yeah, no, I'm getting normal contract, maximum penalty, not touching, on time like this.
That's why 90 day they keep.
That's why this percentage is very high.
That's what this cannot be followed unless until the buyer have a very strong negotiating power or a bargaining power. Sometimes it could be like okay, very strict buyer, or sometimes the total monopoly or high legal conditions. Okay, in those cases it can cost plus award fee can be followed. But I have never seen, although base fee can be 0, I have never seen base fee as 0 in any, to my knowledge. Less percentage is okay. So in cost plus incentive, the penalty is what? 10%, maximum 20%. But in penalty fee also, I have never seen 20% and all. Is anybody agreeing for it? I'm not sure. If you have experience, you can tell me. 10, as you said, 10% is the maximum penalty that I have seen. So, but in base fee, the fee itself can be what? 10% of the final fee. That is why it is called as base fee. Otherwise, you will call it as what? Minimum fee.
Advance.
Pardon? The deposit, that doesn't come here. Usually, if you are going for this kind of a contract, the fee is taken as a deposit actually. And how much it will be released, they don't, they will take the deposit of the final fee from the supplier. And how much I will reimburse back to you, it is at the discretion of the conditions of the contract. Okay, that's cost plus award fee. Now tell me, in the cost plus, it is generally risky to whom? Buyer. Customer or vendor? Cost plus contract, cost reimbursable contract is generally risky for whom? Buyer. Buyer is only paying the actual cost, no? Out of this 4, which is the highest risk for the buyer? You know, this is generally risky for buyer, generally risky for customer. Out of the 4, which is the highest risk for the buyer?
Cost plus
Buyer.
percentage.
Cost plus percentage of cost. Correct? Because customer is paying the actual cost, fee is also paid in percentage. So if the cost increases, the fee also increases. No incentive here, no penalty here, no base fee concept here. So this is the highest out of the 4. This is the highest for who? The buyer. Fixed price generally risky for who? Seller. Out of the 3, which is the highest risk for the seller?
Fixed price.
Firm fixed price. Firm fixed price. Because in fixed price plus economic price adjustment, at least some economic indicator based on that fluctuations are allowed. In incentive fee, if there is a better performance, there is an additional possibility of addition. But here there is no fluctuation. Everything is borne by the seller. Good or bad, it is seller's headache. So out of this 3, firm fixed price, all the fluctuations are borne by who? By the seller. Now out of this 3, which is not suitable for agile? Fixed price. Because fixed price, you have to come up with what?
Fixed
Scope. So definitely it is not suitable for agile. Okay. So in your exam, if you see any subtype of fixed price, firm fixed price, FPIF, FPEPA, you don't have to worry, you don't have to think about it. The moment it is a subtype of a fixed price, it is not suitable for agile. Right? Right. T&M. Capped T&M. So in agile, again, this is used. Capped T&M is again most followed contract. Most followed. So what is T&M? We are going to pay based on unit price. So let's design work. So you tell your customer that $100 per hour is your cost. Now the customer asks you, in how many hours you will finish this per hour? Sorry. In how many hours you will finish this project? Maybe they say it may be somewhere between 40 to 60. Tell me 40 or 60. They say, how can I say? You may come up with some changes. I have to do it, right? Okay, let's do one thing. Let us keep 55 as ceiling limit, cap. So if you take 40 hours, 40 into 100, 50, 50 into 100, 55, 55 into 100. But if you take 56 hours, how much I will pay? 55 into 100. For that extra hour, anything above 55, you will bear it. Okay. So anything, you are saying 40 to 60, right? So let's keep somewhere like 50, very closer to your ceiling. 55 as our ceiling limit. Okay, that's what you call as a. So 55 hour is a ceiling limit, if they say. So within the ceiling limit, the customer will pay per hour. If it is above the ceiling limit, the contractor have to bear it. It's like a perk you are giving. Again, followed in agile. Sometimes they keep it like this. Up to 50 hours, I will give you $100 per hour. Okay. If it goes 50 to 60, I will pay how much? Less or more? Less. Usually it will be less. Because your minimum salary is guaranteed, no? So we will pay around $80 per hour. If it goes beyond 60, I will not pay even more. Okay, this is also called as what? Capped T&M. You can have it like a single cap, or you can have like multiple levels also. Suitable for agile. Last one. Although this is not under 3 subtypes, this is like for agile particularly.
3 types, T&M.
That's it.
These 3 types.
Fixed price, cost plus T&M. Yeah.
This T&M, is there a subtypes? No, only cap.
Only capital.
In that it can change.
Yeah, it can change. Correct. Type of contract that is followed in agile, which is called as what? MSA. Very often you will see this in your exam. MSA stands for Master Services Agreement. Here what happens? In agile project, you don't know the scope. You don't know if you don't know the scope, you do not know the time. You do not know the cost. How do you sign a contract? So what do? Once I fix, okay, this is the person I'm going to deal with. I mean, you selected the contractor. Then what do? They will have a master. This is a master paper. In this master, they will write only general terms and conditions. Like party A is signing a contract with party B. And this is the role of party A. These are the roles and responsibility of party B. For the other terms and conditions, general terms. Leave the price, leave the scope or termination clause. Then duration, I don't know. Then NDA. What is NDA? Non-disclosure agreement. Force majeure. What is force majeure?
Natural calamity.
If there is a act of God, what will be the conditions? Indemnity clause. What is indemnity? Protection of the buyer, each side, each party, right? I indemnify your breach. You indemnify my breach. Okay. So warranty, support. You see everything but scope schedule, right? You don't see any scope and schedule here, right? In the master. What is liquidated damage? Have you heard of this?
Beyond the rate where this type, if you still damage any material. In that period.
Fluctuation.
Time is one of the consideration for liquidated damage, but what is liquidated damage? Yeah.
The impact.
Contractual obligation, not touching the contract.
Kind of interest, loan interest.
This is a pre-approved compensation for breach. Am I right? For example, it could be anything. It could be a schedule. It could be whatever it is. It could be a breach of contract. If there is a breach of contract, you have to pay me $1 million. Okay. What is it? It is a pre-approved compensation for a potential breach. That's what you call as a liquidated damage. But if the liquidated damage is too much, the party can go to court. If it is unfair liquidated damage. So how much should be the liquidated damage? I'm not sure. How much percentage can be liquidated damage? They would have a ceiling limit, right? Beyond this, it should not exceed.
That is like 10%.
I'm not sure. I have no idea about it. Liquidated damage is nothing but if there is a breach of contract, how much would be instead of going to the court and starting the process once over again, we will agree for a pre-approved penalty. So that's called as what? Liquidated. So this clauses will be there in the master, only general terms. Now, this is already signed, the master is already signed. Now what happens? They are going to start the work. So we are going to start the work on the next 3 sprint or maybe first release, first MVP. When the first MVP, we are going to start the work. At that time, we will sit and negotiate the scope, schedule, cost for the MVP1. So MVP1 scope, schedule, cost, okay, will be negotiated and it will be added as an annexure. So this is what Appendix 1 to the master. Then when we are going to start the work on MVP2, again we will sit and negotiate for the MVP2 and it will be added as a Appendix 2. Like this, throughout the project, what do? They will keep on adding it. So such an agreement is called as what? Master Services Agreement. Evolving contract itself is what? Evolving.
These agreements are something.
SLAs, QLAs can also come under this. Yes.
This is the way of agile documentation.
Agile can go for cost reimbursable because in cost reimbursable, depending upon, because the scope may change. So when the scope changes, when the material changes, when your choices changes, when your priority changes, you pay the actual cost and pay me my fee. This is one way. Another way is like you pay me the labor rate because of the scope increase. If the labor work, for example, I'm a developer. Okay, you pay me an hourly rate of $80. If you are adding more features, then you pay me what? My hourly rate. This is
in the Appendix 1 and 2. It will go like.
In the Appendix 1 and 2, here whether it has to be a fixed fee or it has to be a T&M or it has to be a cost reimbursable, that can be negotiated.
So industry will never change.
Master will not change.
Will remain same until end of the project.
No need, no. Because termination, these are only general terms, no.
Okay.
So there is no need of changing that.
Any percentage, any time period, whatever.
Time period, you can put a high level time period. That is why they want to keep the master like untouchable master. So they will keep it like in such a way that you don't have to change the master. So that you can do change. Here they will write the high level scope of the work. They will talk about like the, if the party B is the seller, then they will write that the roles and responsibility of the seller is to design, develop, test, prepare the user manual, training manual, integrate the. So that level of high level scope that they will give it in the master. But within that MVP one, what kind of features, what kind that they know. So here they can even negotiate fixed fee also. Here at this level, if the scope is very clear, here they can go for what? Even fixed fee. This whole setup is called as what? MSA. Right. Now what is this? Coming back. This is the only area that we had to, it will take time. So what is meant by procurement strategy? Choosing which contract type is suitable for your product or service. And what is the delivery method or engagement level suitable? What is engagement level? What is EPC? What is EPC? So when you say EPC contract, what does it mean?
From conception to completion.
Who have to do this?
The seller.
Yes. So the engagement level is high or low?
High.
High, right? So this is an example for what? Engagement level, right? So from turnkey is from the concept to turnkey means what? You have the customer have to just turn the key. Everything else will be taken care by the contractor, right? So this is high engagement level. But if it is design, build only. That build only means design who will give? The customer will give. Who have to build it? The contractor should only build. Design will be given by the. If it is DBO, what does it mean? Design, build, operate. So the contractor will design, build, and also maintain the facility. Facility management is also with who? The contractor, which is design, build, operate. So this is example for what? Engagement level. For this part of the work, what you want to do? Whether the contractor is only going to build or design, build, operate, procure also. Okay, so this you have to determine.
What is EPC?
Engineering, procurement, construction. Public-private partnership. That is yes, that is also engagement. So here in PPP, what happens? The contractor is not a contractor. It is, which means what? How in the PPP, how the fee is paid? Public-private partnership. For example, if the metro is built under PPP, okay. A percentage on what? Then it is a contracting outcome, which means some part of the amount will be given during the building stage. Another part of the the contractor will put his money and he will build it. He will take it from where? From the profit of the metro when the metro is operating. Okay, so it is like the company helping the government, and the government is giving high power to this. So they may say for the next 100 years, you can take some percentage of the profit, which you can take it for 100 years, for 50 years, like that. Many large infrastructure projects like metro, airports can be done on a PPP, particularly in democratic countries, wherever there is a capitalistic countries. Communist countries may not go for this, right? May. They are capitalists. No, they are not communist. Okay, China is a not communist. Communist in only one manner.
Hybrid communist.
Communist, they are using communism only to act like a dictator. Where is this guy? He's came back. Alibaba.
Alibaba, yeah, he joined some course in somewhere, right?
He was
He's going as a visiting professor in some of the university.
no way, no. What is the way?
Can you explain what turnkey?
Turnkey is nothing but end-to-end concept. Sometimes they call it as turnkey project. Turnkey project is concept to completion. So anyway, we don't have to worry about this. You should know this is what we call it as what? Engagement level or delivery method. So this has to be determined during the planning stage. So determine which is suitable. This is based on what? Based on your, based on the land, based on the law of the land, right? In that particular country, what is the culture? Based on that, the contract type and engagement level may change. Now the next stage is, after you determine it, prepare timetable for procurement, if applicable. Sometimes you procure everything in the beginning. Sometimes the procurement will happen in part by part. So in the design stage, this much you will supply. So if there is a procurement throughout your project, then prepare a timetable. And other clauses, like what should be the warranty, what should be the risk taking, ability, what should be the experience of the potential supplier. In other words, you can say identify the source selection criteria. Identify the source selection criteria. So on what basis you will select the supplier? Based on their risk taking, their experience, their previous experience in a similar kind of a project, their financial stability. So what all would you consider to select a supplier? So all the steps you are doing, what is the end point in plant procurement management? Prepare bid documents.
Log.
What do you?
With everything, like when the construction time starts, when the material required outside.
This we call it as procurement management plan. Okay, so bid documents and procurement management plan are ready. Okay, now let me ask you this question. The project manager should be a legal expert in procurement, true or false? Need not be a legal expert, but you should definitely take the help of your local, within your company legal consultant's advice. When you are taking legal consultant advice, it is not escalation. Remember this, because when sometimes for some of the question they may say, take the legal consultant help. So don't consider that, no, I should not escalate, okay? Say, particularly when it comes to procurement related affairs or contract related affairs, take the support of who? Legal consultant, because you are not a legal expert. The project manager should be aware of the procurement policy of the company, true or false? True. You should know the procurement policy of the company. You should know the procurement procedures, do's and don'ts, ethical standards in procurement. This you should be aware of, but you need not to be a legal expert. What is pre-qualified supplier list?
Registered supplier with the company.
Pardon?
Registered supplier with the company.
Registered supplier with the company. So many companies may have a policy that if there is a requirement to procure, first you have to select a supplier from where? Only if there is no supplier for that particular product or service, or the pre-qualified supplier for maybe under litigation, then only you can go for new supplier. So if your company has such a policy, you should be aware of this. Your company may have a policy that you cannot be in the selection panel when your friend company is bidding. You should be aware of that. Whether your company have a policy or not, the moment you know that there is a known person, your close friend or relative, you should not be in the selection panel. This we already discussed, I believe. Okay. What is just wait 1 moment. So selection criteria bit of pre-qualified supplier list. Okay, I'll discuss this when I come to context. Okay, what is RFP? We'll finish. We are about to finish. Okay, what is RFP? What is RFI? Information or inspection? What is RFQ?
Request for quotation.
So these are all examples of what bid documents. Your bid document can be an RFI or an RFP or a RFQ. When would a customer or like the buyer will float an RFI? When the buyer float an RFI, what does it mean? When the buyer float RFP? Not clear. The difference between RFI and RFP. RFI, RFP, RFQ. RFI is the customer want a good or a service. The customer know what good or what service, but the customer do not have the variety, do not know about the varieties available or dimensions available, parameters available. So the customer is calling for, give me more information about goods or services. For example, your company says, I want to provide PMP training to my managers. Give me information about PMP certification. They know that there is something called as PMP certification, but they do not know anything about PMP certification. So they are calling for what? Give me some information. So what we have to do, we have to send them, okay, this is the eligibility criteria. This is the membership fee. This is the exam fee. This is the exam details. And this has to be done in order to go for the examination. And this is our code. So they know the goods and services. They are calling for more information. RFP is the customer have a problem. Now the customer wants solution. The customer explains the problem. So he is looking for a solution and a code for it. Or it is not necessarily a problem. It could even be an opportunity. The customer foresee a market demand. So he wants some help in it. So a gap, a problem or an opportunity, who gives solution? Who will propose solution? Seller. But in RFQ, the customer knows all the details. The customer exactly knows what he wants. Looking only for code. For example, here what do? Usually when they call for RFQ, they will give you a table. You have to simply fill the price only and you have to send it. If it's a proposal, what would you do? You will give a big story. This is how we will do. This is how, yeah, correct. But if it is a RFQ, they will give you the drawing. You have to only send the price for it, either a material unit price for it or a complete price for it. So in RFQ, the scope is already defined. And looking only for code. Sometimes it can be directly RFP with quote. Sometimes first they will call for RFP and they will select a solution, and then that solution they will fix it and they will call for a RFQ. It could be 1 level or it could be 2 level. Whatever it is called as what? Bid document. So if you are ready with bid documents, what is over? Plan procurement management is over. So what is the output of this process? Make or buy decisions. Procurement statement of work. All these are outputs also, right? Independent estimates. This is also output. Bid documents. Procurement management plan. Source selection criteria also. Sometimes people include the source selection criteria inside the procurement management plan. Sometimes source selection criteria could be separate. These are outputs as well. Okay. Conduct. What is the next process? Conduct. So what is the last step in procurement? Plan procurement. Preparation of bid documents, right? In conduct procurement, distribution of bid documents. Remember, if you are preparing a bid document, you are in plan. If you are advertising or distributing or calling for tender, right? Or distributing the bid document, it is called as what? You are in conduct, execution. You can collect proposals or quotes and evaluate. Sometimes, if the project is really a high value project, in between these two, they may have another step, conducting bidder conference. So conducting bidder conference is optional. You can directly go for collection of proposals or you can conduct a bidder conference. When are you conducting a bidder conference? Exactly when? After advertising and before collecting you will not collect the proposal and conduct a conference, right? Before collecting the proposal. That is why this is called as pre-bid conference. Another name for this is pre-bid conference, contractor conference, vendor conference. Why do you conduct a bidder conference?
Clarify any doubts.
Number one, to clarify your objectives, scope and objectives. Okay. Pardon? Pardon? No negotiation happens here. No negotiation happens because they are yet to even collect proposals. Why do you call for conference? Because you want to avoid bias. Bias in what? Bias in giving information. You don't want your procurement department to give more information to one seller and less information to another seller. So you're calling all of them. And you are giving equal platform to all your potential sellers to equally access you. Okay. That is the idea of a bidder conference. But in spite of bidder conference, many things happens. But the idea of bidder conference, so in your exam, when they say one of your supplier is complaining that your procurement department is close to one seller, what would you do? Conduct bidder conference. Okay, this could be the solution. Call for bidder conference. Okay, and of course, you want to answer questions in a common platform. Maybe if one person, usually what do? If they don't conduct a bidder conference, if even one seller call for a question, the answer will be sent to everybody, right? Who asked the question? and what was the answer will be sent to everybody by email. Here, directly you can answer all their questions in common platform. So collect the proposal and evaluate. What is MCDA? What is MCDA? Where did we see this? 3 weeks before. Scope management, multi-criteria decision analysis. Have you heard of it? That is MCDA. Okay, you can use this multi-criteria decision analysis to evaluate the proposal. The same method can be used here. Okay, what is MCDA? Go back and refer. Okay, award the contract. That's it. What is the difference between a contract and agreement?
Agreement is part of the contract.
Agreement is a part of the contract.
Contract is having more than agreement plus some other drawings, specifications.
That can be even just contract only.
Contract is signed.
Signed. Okay, little more.
More details.
More details.
Than agreement.
All contracts or agreements, but not all agreements or contracts. Why?
So the agreements are not signed.
Signing is not a problem. Actually, what you internally think is okay. That's what I want. Legally enforceable. So if an agreement is legally enforceable, it is called as what? A contract. But if it is not legally enforceable, it is not. For example, you tell your wife casually, every month I will give you 10,000 dirhams to manage the household expenses. Next month you did not give. Can she sue you? It is agreement, not a contract. But your marriage is what? It is legally enforceable. That promise is a contract. You call a 17-year-old boy, okay, and you sign a property register. So it is an agreement, but not a contract. It is a void contract. It is invalid. A property without a guardian signature, if you have a transfer of property from a minor, it is what? It is not a contract, not legally enforceable. If you tell somebody that you give me 1 million, I will give you 1 kidney. Okay. If you sign it, it is what? It is agreement, but not contract. It's not legally enforceable. So not all agreements are so, but anyway, in the olden exam pattern, they used to ask the difference between agreement and contract. In this exam, I mean in the recent past, whether they call it agreement or they call it contract, don't worry about it. It is legally enforceable. Because in the current version of the examination, they are not differentiating agreement, contract and all. Let's say, if you don't write on a paper, is it legally enforceable? Maybe. You did not have a text.
Yes.
Depends upon the culture. Sometimes what happens, if you have a witness, maybe you don't have written it, but there is a witness. In some countries, they do agree culturally. Sometimes it can be symbolic also. Maybe you are entering into a contract with a tribal group. So according to the tribal group, if they give you a bird feather, it means a contract. You accepted the bird feather. Okay. It is legally enforceable. Why not? Because that culture, if it is recognized by law, even if you do not have a written document, but if that culture is agreed in that law, it is still a what? Legally enforceable. For example, you get into a shop. You took one great piece of art, $10,000 art. It broke, you broke it. Would you pay for it or not? No, no way return, no bill, nothing. The moment you broke it, the contract is already made. This is called as what? Implied contract. If you write it, it is explicit contract. If it is not written, but still recognized by law, it is called as what? Implied contract. So contract need not be always necessary. It is based on the, so you as a project manager should know the local culture, not only the document. So you should also know the local culture of contract. What is due process? Have you heard of it? Due process of law? Procedure by law. In some countries, they follow procedure by law. In some countries, particularly US, follows what? Due process of law. What is procedure by law? If you look at, the court will consider the legal document. Word by word they read. Whatever is written in the law book, they exactly follow that. For example, if you kill a person, okay, the sentence is sentenced to death, let's say. So what the law book says, if somebody kill a person, what is it? Sentenced to death. So they will follow in all conditions. But in some countries, what do? They do not follow procedure by law. They follow what? Due process of law. What is meant by due process? They do not only see the law book, they also see the conditions around that situation. Okay, somebody killed a person, but to protect themselves. Somebody killed a person, maybe to protect their honor. So in that case, what will not be the penalty? That will, because they will look at the conditions, not only the law book. India also follows for criminal law, they follow what? Due process of law. Which means what? They will look at the, that is why we call it as what? Case law. What is case law? So whatever Supreme Court have done in the past can be a prejudice for, can be a history for high courts. Or for a, so high court can say, according to this particular case, in 1996, this was the judgment. We recommend the same judgment, because Supreme Court is not only by the law book, whatever the federal court have said, that can be taken as a reference. So the point here is, text alone doesn't mean it is a contract. So being aware of the culture is pretty important. That's it. Last for the day. Control procurement. What is control procurement? Administering the procurements. So now you have awarded the contract. Now you will administer the contract. Administer the procurements. So what does it mean? So now the supplier have started creating the deliverables. So you will inspect the deliverable, inspection of deliverables. Sometimes you will do audits, process audits at the supplier place. Payment settlements according to the payment cycle. Performance ranking. If it is a long-term supplier, we usually do what? Performance ranking of the supplier and giving and providing feedbacks. What is claims administration? What is a claim? Claim is not payment claim. What is claims administration? Have you heard of claims administration services companies? So what is a claim? Write it down. What is a claim? A claim is a appeal or dispute or conflicted or contested change, or you can say variation. a contested variation is change is called as what? A claim. For example, you call for extension of time. Who are you? Seller. Your customer says that if you want extension of time, pay the penalty. You say no. What is it? Dispute or a appeal. What is your appeal? Extension of time, but it is denied. Another person have denied it. Why you denied it? Because you tell him that I want extension of time because the delay is because of you. You delayed the approval. You did not provide me the necessary site conditions, whatever, etc., etc. When there is a claim, what is the best way to solve it? Direct negotiation. What is direct negotiation? The buyer and the seller sit together with their representatives and finish it. What is the worst way or least favorable? Court, litigation. But there is a middle path. What is that?
Third party involvement.
Third party involvement. What is that called as? Arbitration, mediation. So this arbitration, mediation is involving a third party and amicable settlement. Okay. So this is called as ADR. This arbitration mediation is called as what? ADR. ADR procedure. ADR means alternative dispute resolution. So in an exam, if they say there is a dispute, direct negotiation did not work out. What is the next thing? You can go for ADR, alternative dispute resolution. Why do they call it alternative? Alternative to who? Alternative to what? Alternative to the litigation. Litigation will lead to brand image loss, huge time loss, money loss, everything, right? But arbitration, you can still continue. Do you have to terminate the contract to go for arbitration? Do you have to terminate the contract? No. When if you are going for arbitration or mediation, your contract will not be terminated. You can settle the dispute and you can come back. So it is, of course, a little rupture in the relationship, but still, better than litigation. The best thing is direct negotiation. So claims administration comes under what? Control procurements. So in other words, you can say dispute resolution. Dispute resolution, adjudication, they call it. Adjudication means what? Claims administration. All these terms are same. Highly paid job. Sign off, release resources. Whose resources? Supply resources. Excuse me. And close the procurements. Unless and until your claim is not closed, if there is a case pending in the court, your procurement is not closed. Unless and until your procurement is closed, your project is not closed. Unless and until your project is not closed, you are still a project manager for that particular project. Still you are, whenever they call you, you have to answer. Namaste. Thank you for your patience. So we are meeting next week, okay, for an hour, maximum 2 hours. 9 to 11. Bring sweets and all, okay? Dress up well, we'll have photograph and all. We'll have everybody, whoever is on online, whoever can come directly, please do come for the farewell party. But a farewell party, they say no, paid own booze. What was that? I indemnify. Can't guarantee. So bring your own whatsoever. Risk transfer. Huh?
We don't have that methodology. Transfer this.
Sorry?
We don't have, we cannot transfer this.
No, you cannot transfer this. You have to mitigate it. Don't avoid, okay?
And to accept it.
No, you are mitigating. The moment you have decided to go for PMP training, you are mitigating, no? You are preparing to take the risk. Correct. Thank you.
So next time we can get laptop for simulation.
Yes, you can. Yeah, you can make it.
Thanks.
We can use the laptop to get a simulator.
Yes, but just check with your coordinators because they should be present or they should arrange for that. Right? Simulator. You can come on any day actually.
Are you available in the weekdays?
What day you'll have to let me know. Somebody is waiting for me. Sorry. Nanda is waiting, I believe. Yes, yes. Thank you, everybody. I'll meet you all next week.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Nanda.